All right, folks. It is 8 o'clock p.m. And you know what it's time for? It is Earl Grey Tuesday. And once again, it's me, it's that VINCE. I hope everyone's doing all right today. We're going to definitely review Big Lenny's wound protocol, but I won't be drinking anything but Earl Grey tea tonight. No smokes, no drinks or anything. I will be able to only run the stream till midnight because I got to leave really early tomorrow because I got to get the examination for getting growth hormone, folks. That's right. I'm going to go get an examination. Hopefully, we can get everything examined, get the growth hormone. Then we're going to have fun. Yes, PM, not porch monkey, just PM as far as the time is concerned. And me and Jay would probably get along. Maybe. Yeah, they gotta check the prostate too for that, so yeah. That sort of thing. Pushing too many pencils? Not sure what you mean by that. Like I said, my whole endocrine system collapsed like back in February, so that's why I had to get on testosterone for the rest of my life. So I got to get stuff for pituitary gland too there, James. That's what happens when all your hormones get out of whack, Just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. My day has been very exhausting, that guy. It's really been like that lately. Just problems from Google and from suppliers. Big deal with suppliers as far as grocery supplies. The summer's just backlogging everything. To where it's taken about a week or 2 weeks just to get grocery items shipped out, for certain items. So it's kind of messed up. Yeah, Lenny's leg is horrible. I mean, we'll go ahead and review it. Both videos. That's going to be the first thing that we are going to review. But folks, go ahead and smash that like button. Let Google know that that you guys appreciate me being around and stuff. So hey, Pugman, what's up? I know, Pugman. That's what I was discussing earlier on. The grocery suppliers. Remember what I mentioned to you 2 months ago about the supplies were going to get slower during the summertime? I'll make sure that gets out to you. But that's also why I contacted another supplier and built an entirely new store, which will be done tomorrow. It's actually ready to sell supplies, so it's actually working in the background right now. But yeah, don't worry, Pugman. I got you covered on it. Just things are just taking a little bit longer, but that's not just for you. That's for myself too, because I also get my groceries from there. So yeah. But I certainly hope you're doing well. Hey, Vince. So my friend did a credit check and her address came up at a different state. Should that an alarm for... that is possible, that guy. I would do some further checking. I don't think you should alert the police or anything like that. It could be just an incorrect mailing. But I would call the place that you did the credit check at, and or where your friend did the credit check, and then that way you can get some more information on it. Well, that is possible, but it's important to check with those credit agencies to see what it was used for. Yeah, we can check for Blaha's female life coach. You know, he sure has been getting yelled at lately by Joni. Looks like he's pussy whipped or something, you know. But yeah, there's some Blaha videos to review. But folks, what do y'all think about Donald Trump getting? He's about to get indicted again. It's going to make number 3. Uh, and this time it's going to be for it's going to be actually for the January 6th incident itself. Although I can't see why he would be a target, because he didn't specifically say to go down there and trash the place or anything. So it's kind of, I would like to see where things are. Well, Pugman, people are still, he's still holding a strong lead as far as being nominated. So he's still keeping up his fan base. But yeah, they're giving him free publicity, but we'll see. That's why I said, Pugman, that I was going to wait for the nomination to see, you know, who's pretty much left in order to make a decision as far as who I'm going to vote for, because it's just a mixed bag of potatoes, you know. But I'll still keep building those websites, you know, because Lord knows I got bills to pay and stuff, so. Well, the super wealthy are the ones that actually pull all the strings, because as much money as these elected officials have, they're still public servants, you know. The billionaires control the world, folks. That's why I found it kind of odd that Donald Trump would actually run for president, seeing that he's also a billionaire. It's just very odd. Hey Andrew, what's up? Just dealing with a lot of issues. Gotta travel early tomorrow to get growth examination for growth hormone. But these suppliers are freaking killing me. Along with Google, they've flagged one of my stores, so hopefully I can get that taken care of. You know. But that's the thing about running a business. You know. And I had qualms about opening up another grocery store, because this is the 4th one that I've opened in the past 15 years. But you know, we're gonna push through. I'm gonna keep cracking the whip on these people, and that's with medical supplies too. I mean, just crazy stuff. But that's just life, folks. Gotta pay the bills, folks. Yeah, Nikki Haley, to a lot of observers, she's looking a lot better and better these days. But yeah, she's not polling pretty well. Asa should not even be in the race to begin with. You ever notice how sometimes these no-name people decide that they want to run for president? James, I don't need anyone for data entry. I mean, I receive my spreadsheets and then I upload them to My spreadsheets I receive are already pre-made, so they just get uploaded daily to my websites. I've never liked Tim Scott. The problem with Tim Scott is he doesn't want to push the boundaries. In other words, he tries to stay neutral on everything. You can't when he's asked a question, he gives a pretty much neutral answer. He tries to please everyone, and that's not a good thing when you're a politician. You know, you gotta give straight answers. I wasn't aware the Powerball was $1 billion. Maybe I might buy a ticket or so. When it comes to the lottery, it takes advantage of a lot of poor people. But man, I think the biggest thing about the lottery is that a lot of people don't play responsibly. But $1 billion, I'm sure people are going to be plucking down the bucks just in order for that money. So $1 billion is a lot of money, but after taxes and if you take a lump sum, someone would probably just get 200 million. But hey, 200 million is still a lot of money. Whoever gets it is going to be the luckiest son of a bitch ever. I mean, I've met Tim Scott in person before. And he's a very jovial person. He's, and stuff like that. But he's not presidential material, No, I still haven't figured that out yet. I think it may have something to do with the version of Streamlabs. Because sometimes it actually works and then other times it doesn't. But I could still manually type in just as fast and get things managed. Yep, still. I wonder why it does that anyway. That is quite odd. But we gonna rock it out, Pug Man. Well, because I'm training now and I'm pretty much, eating mostly vegetables and chicken, I'm back pretty much on my bodybuilding diet. So I'm going to be getting a lot leaner. Well, that's the thing, John. That's why I got to drive a bit in order to get the examination. And because I like doing things early before I start work, that's why I'm only going to go till 12 o'clock. We're not going to be able to extend it like we normally do. But yes, we got hormone clinics in South Carolina as well. No. Richard didn't report the store. It's just that when it comes to electronics, electronics are the most guarded and most monitored thing that YouTube actually does. So if anything's wrong with it, then they flag it. I mean, take my other grocery store. I mean, literally, it doesn't have hardly anything attached to it, and they never flagged that one. They've not flagged the new grocery store as of yet, so that's kind of weird. Oh yeah, 4 hours. We're gonna still have a good time, and remember, it used to be 2 hours, so. Any truth to Jasmine not letting Richard buy stuff from... Well, anyone can buy anything from my store. That's no problem. So I'm not sure as far as to what the deal is. But I don't think Richard would buy anything from my store anyway because he would be supporting me. But hey, I could be wrong. I've only watched two of the series there, Ryan. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why Big Lenny's doing this. I mean, I really don't. I wish they wouldn't. I wish they didn't argue because I would like to see the Delray Misfits podcast again as it is, without all of the animosity and stuff. So, yeah. Got a little stress. Got a new place Monday. Still dealing with the current, but well, just hang in there like me, Andrew. Yeah, things do get stressed a bunch. What's going on? Why did I get that message? Hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know why these guys are burning bridges with Brad, Dale, and everyone else. And I can't see any reasoning behind. I think there's a level of jealousy as far as to what Brad's doing and stuff like that. And what Big Lenny needs to realize is, people have their own lives, and Big Lenny has made choices in his life as far as to what he wishes to do. Oh yeah, I check into his live streams. I check into his gaming and stuff. So yeah, I check into everyone's live stream. I was in the RX Muscle live stream. I check Vegan Gazes. I check a I check a lot of other live streams. Yeah, moving can be stressful. I actually hired a moving company to move to the place that I'm at right now. But I don't intend to be moving for quite some time, if anything, because I own the home now, so I don't have any reason to move. He may or may not regret it. I'm not for sure. He may be in a position, and this is what I said a couple of months ago, that, I think everyone's fighting to be the head honcho of the Delray Misfits. That everybody wants the spotlight on them and them only. The thing about it is, I don't even know how everything started between Lenny and Brad to begin with. But Big Lenny has made his choices in life. I mean, he really has. He's made his choices. Brad's made his choices. Dale's made his choices. Jay has made his choices. I mean, that's the thing about life there. You have to decide how you wish to conduct it. Now, Big Lenny, other than he can take care of his wound, he can go to a doctor at any time. He can go to a health department for free and they can clean that up. They can clean that wound up, and stuff. He can go to the unemployment office. He can get himself a job. He can get housing placement. He doesn't have to live with his mama and everything. There's a number of things that Lenny can actually do. Peroxide is good actually for wound care. I got peroxide at home, a quick pump, but peroxide, he's gonna need more than peroxide for those legs. I don't even know. I don't even know why he's showing it. Brad had accused Lenny of lying to get out of going to a WWE event with McCluck and stated that on his live. Is that really it? Is that how the whole thing started? Lying to get out of the WWE event? I mean, did Big Lenny go to the WWE event with McCluck? Or. I mean, if he didn't, then it's. That would be a silly reason. Taking another shit, Lamar. Hope you're doing well. Well, yes, that's exactly right. Quick pump. It's for general anesthetic for wound care, but it's just making his issue worse. Because it is killing it is killing new cells. Peroxide's only good whenever it's for general cleansing, but when your wound looks that bad, it just makes it worse. You need something a lot stronger, or you need a different type of care, because eventually, it is possible you can get one of those flesh-eating bacteria things. I don't think I'm going to let Big Lenny move in until, if anything, until he gets his shins cleaned. Brad also called Lenny lazy and a failure. I can't be Big Lenny's caregiver. He's older than I am. I mean, he's got I think he's got at least 5 or 4 years on me. How can I be his caregiver? Didn't he have some Arab guy that he was living with at one time? No iodine ain't gonna help Lamar. His wound is well beyond any iodine or any peroxide. He's gonna need some shots actually, and he's gonna need some antibiotics and stuff, and a bunch of other things. It's also gonna need to be wrapped very carefully with some anesthesia. Well, sepsis would be down the line there, John. I don't think he's at that point, but it just looks bad. I'm kind of curious as to what happened and what caused that type of infection to begin with. Aladdin. Wonder what happened to Aladdin anyway. Yeah. Okay. So once the pandemic, yeah, he had a good deal going on. No, quick pump. I'm not in the dating business right now, so that's just me. It's a venomous. I don't know what it is, John. I really don't. No, he wasn't, James. What are you talking about? Nah, I never heard that before. Even if it was for kid stuff, they don't deport you, James. They put you in prison. He wasn't a U.S. diplomat or anything like that, but if he had any type of kid stuff, he would have been deported. Non-negotiable. Well, there's got to be some other things behind it. Could it? I mean, it could also be some sort of drug use or so forth. Come on, Wally. Yeah, yeah, he's not a diplomat or anything, James. Andy, I've never even heard of the series Black Mirror. Let's see, Black Mirror. Wow, 6 seasons. Yeah, this is Netflix, and it's British, so and I don't watch anything from Netflix. Looks like it's been around for quite some time, 6 seasons. Sci-fi stuff. Probably not something I would watch, but I never heard of it before, so that's something completely new to me. No, I don't think it's autoimmune. The diabetic, it's definitely something that has to deal with diabetic, but also a few other things as well. As far as the shins are concerned, but it's pretty bad. But folks, let me know what y'all are drinking and smoking tonight. Even though I'm not doing anything right now for tonight. Even if I was, I would have just went to my standard fare, which is just a little mini cigaretto. But we're not doing that tonight. I don't think any woman would want to put their lips on Big Lenny's shins. I'm just curious as to how long has he had those shins looking like that, or was it just something that developed recently? And in fact, since we're chatting about it, did y'all guys want to start everything and go ahead and review the video right now? Because I know we got a bunch of other stuff to review as well. So did y'all, if y'all want me to go ahead and start the review on Lenny Shins, give me a hell yeah in the chat. Because normally I start reviewing videos at 9 o'clock and try to get questions, but, I could still answer questions while we're reviewing videos as usual. Why does this thing keep doing that? All right, so we'll go ahead and get the party started. It is party time.
Good evening. I'm going to show you the update on my wound and my personal Big Lenny's wound care routine. Before you start, always wash your hands with antibacterial soap. Have all your supplies out. So now what I'm going to do is remove the bandage.
Oh my gosh, that's not even a bandage at all. That's just a wad of toilet paper.
And that's going to have to be done with...
I want y'all to look at this. That's not a bandage. That's a wad of cotton and toilet paper. I don't even know who. Yeah, we're gonna get this one first, and then I got part 2 listed here as well.
A light showering of water. Once the bandage is off, I'll take my regular shower, and then I will very carefully clean up.
Now I want you guys to look at his toes. So yes, someone had mentioned a diabetic condition, but look at those toes. So yes, this part of him being a diabetic and chronic issue, someone's got down on the money on that. So
the wound with antibacterial soap, let it air dry, and then I will start the application of antibiotic ointment, and I will not be wrapping it until I go out, say to the gym, or to do some type of manual labor or something like that, but I intend to keep it unbandaged, as hopefully we get some nice vitamin D enriched sun. I want to get on that first thing in the morning while meditating and praying, and that's the best antibacterial oil. So
all right, now we're gonna
cold.
Now comes the I don't know why it was there. So you guys ready? Get your popcorn ready.
Well, I took my shower. Unfortunately, the bandage is still stuck to the wound, so I'm gonna have to pull it off the hard way. Here we go.
See, before taking a shower, he should have put it in a plastic bag, actually. That's why it's looking like that now.
There you go. Look at that. Holy cow, looks like a rare
Looks like it took off some skin along with it.
prime rib. Even with the marbling. Look at that. Looks like... oh. Well, that's that. Second step.
This is almost as bad as the infamous, has anyone ever seen the Greg Valentino video? I saw the VHS tape whenever it came out back. Someone had showed me it at a show, and it was... this was pre-YouTube, pre-video type thing. So, yeah.
Since I really don't think I'm ready for the rubbing that with any kind of antibacterial soap, I found some of this. It's a cleansing foam. Wait a minute. Is this an antiseptic? No, it isn't, I don't think. It's not an antiseptic. Always make sure it's an antiseptic.
Yeah, cats will eat anything. This is not what you want to put on that wound.
Let's see the ingredients. Water, sodium sulfate, disodium cocoa. No, this is a sorbitol. This is not antiseptic. It's just something you use, I guess, when you can't take a bath in the hospital. So I have this, which was in storage. This is an antibacterial spray. Not that I wanted to put on spray. I would rather have a foam or a liquid, but gotta put something on. Spray that.
See, the problem is that he's trying. You have to understand that even with the spray itself, there has to be a source as far as to what's causing that, because it's not healing whatsoever. Well, the video I watched from Greg Valentino was the late 90s actually. So, yeah, definitely predating YouTube.
Good. There we go. Little stinging and burning, but think of all those guys that took shrapnel and all those wars. This ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Okay, I'll let that air dry a little bit. I'm obviously out of the shower, I'm naked, so a certain someone's eyes won't be able to drop like an elevator. And I gotta be careful of that. Alright, so I'm gonna let that sink in, and I guess that's what feels like getting a tattoo is. I don't know. At least I'm not paying top dollar for it. Alright then, the next step, I'm gonna get a sterile glove, cover it with the remaining triple antibiotic ointment I have before I open a new one. So,
see, the issue is that he's only cleaning the wound, but he needs to realize that he needs to go to a doctor, because they need to find out as far as to why it isn't healing up, because he could spray all he wants on it. But, when you have something like that, you have some sort of medical issue. Like I said, man, I think it is a diabetic condition, because if you look at his feet is also swollen as well. Well, KCBs, Lenny has good genetics. The stuff that Lenny has done would kill most people. Chances are he's probably going to outlive all of us. So... MK677 definitely isn't gonna. That's a diabetic condition actually. Part of that wound. The thing is, it's not healing, and it probably has to deal with something diabetic related. Hey, Joel, what's up? Welcome to the show. No monkey business here, so.
bear with me, maniacs. I will be there momentarily with a hand covered in antibiotic ointment with a glove versus, say, a certain someone that remains.
No, if it was flesh-eating bacteria, that stuff eats up skin very fast, KCB. This could also be drug-related, too, just to let you know.
With a glove covered in KY jelly, or worse. with his fist infections, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. So, you don't want to use too much of this. Just a little. And I'm going to rub it on there. I saw the eyes jump, Brad. They don't call Brad wandering eyes for nothing. See? Ah, there you go. Cover that wound with a nice thin layer of antibiotic ointment. Like I said, this is going to go. This will be bare and exposed until I have to go hit steel or do some manual labor. Just don't want to bump into it, that's all.
Absolutely. He needs to go to a doctor. He should not even be on his feet right now. He really shouldn't be. I've never seen anything as gnarly as that before. That is indeed gnarly. All right, let's see what we got here. Jasmine Gaines. It looks like she's lost a little bit of weight, actually. Folks, has she explained any reason for eating this corn? Let me know in the chat below. Big Lenny needs a dietitian's meal plan, but Big Lenny is not. Big Lenny's always gonna do what kind of meal he wants to do. He's not gonna listen to any doctor's advice when it comes to what he eats. course you're going to be coughing. You're eating raw corn on the cob. Makes me wonder if she's getting any pipe every night or just, you know. Well, someone sent me another video. Actually, I had another video similar to this here. Hold on just a minute. Where is it? Where is that other video? There it is. This is another corn one that she was doing. Hold on. There we go. Looks like we got some potatoes, a little corn. There we go. Well, I can do that. Oh, I got another one too. Hold on. There was one more. This is from... Now, I wasn't going to show any OnlyFans stuff. There we go. There's a little black pig and a white pig. Yeah, this is the other one. Ah, look at the cute couple. Now you can tell, you see the black and white, you know, so if you mix that together, it's mixed. So you got a mixed person chasing after a little white pig there.
See, not as much
Uh-huh.
She ought to be in heat, she'll stand. I probably know what he's doing is just working her up, getting her tired of where she'll submit.
Mm-hmm.
He's not quite ready.
Yeah, I agree. This place is a lot cleaner than the apartment.
I see the ears straight up on her when she gets stopped. The ears stand up. That's a good sign that she's in heat,
Okay.
coming into heat. He just hadn't said the right words yet. Very happy. Come on in. Come on in. See how long it took? Just essentially foreplay? All right, we're going to let him breathe her. See, when she first came out, she wasn't ready, or she wasn't ready for him. And so moving around and
That's generally the way they are, just laying around like slugs. There you go. This is a... Come on, hurry up. You got to get back to your live stream, you know.
I see there again, see how her ears are real erect. And she's standing real still, not moving, not trying to run out from under him. Accepting him.
I believe so. Just relax. He's just waiting for some donations, that's all. That's a waste of time. Looks like they're all done. Okay, next video. Gotta love it.
By secondary section, the opener up like.
See what we got from Lamar.
A sleeping bag and pull out a normal kid. That's a real fucking story.
How?
That's why they took our phones away, so we can't call them bullshit.
Oh, God.
By secondary section, the opener up like a sleeping bag and pull out a normal kid. That's a real fucking story.
How?
That's why they took our phones away, so we can't call them bullshit.
Oh, God.
By secondary section, the opener up like a sleeping bag and pull out a normal kid.
Well, we're just having a little fun, Wally. And besides, that's an implied statement, so I'll be right back, folks. All right. Next one. All right. What do we got here? Can I explain jazz, Rebecca? It's just music.
What's up, man?
Oh, this one doesn't have a timestamp or anything. Let's see here. If you got a timestamp for that, Ryan, I'm going to need that. That's about an hour, so. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you left one. My bad. 24:12.
Tell myself, I say, Sean, I love you, nigga. I love you. And do everything right today, Sean. Do everything perfect. Do everything right. Live right.
Well, he is dressed a little bit better. Watch is way too big for him to wear. If he was a big guy like myself, that's fine, but, yeah. And the backwards cap, I mean, is he Dennis the Menace or something?
And don't have no sympathy for nobody, no mercy, because you're going to die. And the world ain't going to stop when you die. It's going to keep right on moving. You know, fuck them all. Go out and take care of you and little Sean. Take care of your physical health. Stay looking good. Don't drink no alcohol. Don't smoke no weed. Don't sniff no blow. Don't smoke no dust. Don't take no LSD. You understand? Don't commit no crimes. Right? Don't go back to prison. Don't do nothing stupid, Sean. Just
He's speaking from his own life there. And folks, don't go to prison to begin with would be a better way to say it. I mean, if you've already been to prison, okay, then that would be applicable. But if you've not been to prison, don't go to prison.
Live your life and be perfect and stay physically fit and ready for anything.
Well, I have to catch myself. This shirt he's wearing is way too long. Shirt's way too big for him, you know. He needs probably a medium or something.
Don't get on no medication. Don't get on no medication. I don't take nothing from my dick. My dick is money. You understand? No high blood pressure, no diabetes, no goddamn lupus, no tuberculosis, no heart disease, no syphilis.
Tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is a very rare disease that's around these days. It's been, for the most part, eradicated with penicillin. So, yeah.
No goddamn nothing. Cedric Webb, what's up, man? No diabetes, no cholesterol. Just keep eating sardines out the can. Drink all the olive oil in the sardine can. Get the kind with the olive oil and drink the...
You should, if you're gonna eat sardines, which I probably wouldn't, you want to get it packed in water. Don't get it packed in olive oil.
Olive oil, it opens up the veins, right? No nothing, man. Just keep staying like that, Sean. Just keep staying like that. Go to sleep early, man. Wake up early. Get up. Go work out. Pay your bills. You understand? Do your thing, Sean. Just win. Just win. Just beat everybody, Sean. Beat everybody. Just beat everybody. Show up on time to your appointments. Show up early. All the clocks in my house. All the clocks in my house.
Yeah, sardines are good for you, but, you know, I wouldn't get them in olive oil. I would just pack them in water instead.
House is set to 10 minutes fast, 8-9 minutes fast. I don't never set my clocks in my house. I got clocks in my house. I got a watch on. Even this watch is set fast because I want to be on time for my shit. I don't never want to be late. You understand? Just keep excelling. Excel. 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 Excellence. Bring excellence to everything. Bring excellence. And see, if I could bring...
Olive oil is good for you, but I would prefer... But you have to understand, you don't know what olive oil they're actually packing in the sardines. So just get them in fresh water and then put your own olive oil in it, you know. Because you don't know the source of that olive oil.
The reason why I succeed the way that I do, and the reason that I rise the way that I do, is because the majority of the people don't bring excellence to their life. They don't hold accuracy and precision in high esteem. They don't worship excellence, right? They worship clothes. They worship cars. They worship money. They worship people. Man, never Sean G. I don't worship nothing and nobody. I don't follow nobody. I don't listen to none of y'all. I don't care nothing about none of y'all. No, I don't. Nobody in this world, all 8 billion people, I don't care nothing about none of y'all. Just 2 people, me and Little Sean. That's it. Everybody else could go scratch. I don't care. Who that right there? Who that right there? That nigga Cedric Webb. I knew Cedric Webb was gonna show up. Just showing support, Sean. You inspired me to start.
He's giving a lot of generalized information, but at least it ain't bad information. Well, Wally, that is true, but, you know, if anything I purchase, I want it to make sure that it's versatile, you know. Water's going to usually be clean for sardines. I would just rather have the choice of either having sardines with water or sardines with olive oil. If you purchase sardines with olive oil, that's all you're going to have, sardines and olive oil. So it's not as versatile.
All my own videos on IG. Now my page is growing. Thanks, Master Teacher. Yo, everybody go to Instagram. Hey, Cedric, your page is Top Notch Apparel. Top Notch Apparel on Instagram.
Wes Watson, Ryan, would be a better speaker if he didn't curse so much. I think it's about even Stevens. They're not good for different reasons.
All one word. TOPNOTCHAPPAREL. I spell very well. I spell real well. I used to win the spelling bee. First grade, second grade, third grade. I won the spelling bee every week. There go right there. You see Cedric Webb with the wrench? Top Notch Apparel. Go support him. Go follow him on his Instagram. I used to win the spelling bee every week. No other kid in the class. I was first grade, second grade, third grade. I win the spelling bee every week. The math bee, spelling bee, because I was competing hard. I wanted to win. I was the best. I spelled the best.
He's comparing life to a spelling bee. It means you know how to read a book.
My math was the best. I don't care about nobody. And you don't either. I'm talking to you. No, you don't. Your fake ass. You be fronting like, oh, hey, my... Fuck out of here. You don't care. At the end of the day, you care about you and yourself and your situation and your feelings and your emotions and your food and your hunger and your health and your shelter, as you should.
I find them both equally entertaining and amusing.
Should. And if somebody else ain't got none of that, but you got it, you satisfied. And that's life. That's the animalistic tendency that we are. The human being is just an evolved animal.
Is he walking off, or what is he doing?
That's it. Cedric Webb, thank you for that super chat, man. Nobody cares. You better get out of that. Get out of that. Nobody cares. People will rat on you. People will tell on you. People will call the management on you. They'll call the cops on you. They'll send your supervisor an email. They'll call the regulators on you. They'll call the...
Ryan, this isn't jive by any means. Believe me that this is nothing compared to jive.
Authorities on you. They'll call the governing body on you. Anything to get themselves up and bring you down. Yes, they will. And y'all could be the same color. Don't come at me with that color shit. Oh, brother, Black Power. Oh, brother, fuck out of here with that. Never me. Go over there. I don't trust you. I don't know you. I don't know.
Well, he does well. Well, Sean does well in his donations. And he has a lot of people that tune into his live streams. So.
Oh, you black, I'm black. I don't know you, and I don't trust you. No, I don't.
Of course, Ryan, you're always welcome to put in a donation there. So.
You might be an informant. 3 niggas shot Malcolm X in Harlem. Black woman stabbed Dr. King in his heart in Harlem. Fuck out of here. Niggas set up Fred Hampton. Get out of here, man. Y'all better get out of here. All that white shit, black shit, Latino, Mexican, Ukrainian, Russian, Palestinian, Israeli, Chinese.
Wally, the only real power in this country is green power. Money. is money, property, money and land is the real power, not race or anything like that, you know. Plain and simple, there's black billionaires and there's white billionaires. They can both buy the same yacht, they can buy the same private jet, they can have the same people serving them. You know, that's where your equality is. That 1%.
Chinese, Taiwan, America. Man, don't none of these people care about you. Here come the rain. Y'all see the rain? Here come the rain. It's raining, y'all. It's raining. Look at the rain. I got to get in the car.
How many times you gonna say it's raining?
Hold on, y'all.
It's raining, man. Hallelujah. It's raining, man. Hallelujah.
Oh, shit.
Get the fuck in the car.
Got to get in the car. Coming down, Jack. Coming down. Hold on. Let me get in. We're going to keep it going. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. They fooling you. They fooling you with all of that. They fooling you. They fooling you with all that. Compliment King, what's up?
I don't eat cabbage rolls.
Fooling you with all that. It's raining outside. Look at the rain. Raining, man. You stay out there in the rain. You stay out there in the rain. Look at how that rain look on my skin, man. I got the dope skin. Look at my skin color, my beard, all that. I don't care nothing about nobody. No, I don't. No, I don't. I care about me. As I should. As I should.
You know, I don't eat that much meat as most people think. Most of my meals are plant-based, actually. But I will have a steak and I'll have some fish and stuff like that. But generally that's the case whenever I'm dieting down. But I've never been a heavy meat eater or anything like that.
As I should. People will cut your throat in a heartbeat. People will stab you in the back in a heartbeat. Your best friend will fuck your old lady in a heartbeat. And to the ladies, your tightest girlfriend will fuck your man and suck his dick in a heartbeat. Let you slip up. There's no friends. There's no love. There's no love. That's why you got to be constantly vigilant.
Oh, I don't hate Sean. Like I said, we're doing a review of the video, so, you know, we do have philosophical differences. But he speaks in a lot of double talk.
On what you doing and who you got around you. Why do you have them around you? People will steal from you. Everything. 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 Yeah. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. Fool them, devil. Nope. Nope. I don't discuss my relationship problems with no nigga. No dude. I don't care if he was blue with green stripes around his forehead. Nope. Nope. And you don't bring your lady around a whole bunch of niggas. Don't bring your woman around a whole bunch of dudes. Don't do that. She tell me, I want to go. No, you can't go. Well, I can't go because it ain't gonna be nothing but dudes there. Fuck that. I don't need to be put in a situation, you understand? Nah. Because we're all animals. Niggas see your lady look good, they gonna wanna fuck her.
That's not true at all. I would. Depends on what that lady looks like. You may end up being the only one banging her, you know. Especially if she's ugly. I eat turkey, but I don't eat turkey patties. I usually get ground turkey and make it in the chili.
That's animalistic tendency. That's the animal in all of us. The same apply to me. If your lady be there, your wife be there, she look good to me, and she give me that look, she give me that impression, that feeling, that eye contact, and she want to give me some pussy, I'm going to get it. Yes, I am.
Folks, don't take this type of advice. First off, I don't know what woman would actually be looking at him. You know, given the fact of his dress and attire, you know, it is not suitable for going to Hal's Chop House or to Ruth Chris whatsoever. It is of low quality. But also, if you try to get involved with someone else's woman, you're going to have to deal with the man that she is currently with. It's best just to make sure that she's not dating anyone else. Try not to get involved in other people's relationships because a lot of people have gotten killed because of that.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And you do the same to me. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. You protect yourself. Be smart. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. Oh shit, look at that deer. Oh shit, look at that deer right there. Look at that deer right there. Oh shit, look at that deer. Look at that deer right there running. Y'all see him? Look, that nigga just ran right down here. Look at him, y'all.
Since when is a deer a nigger? I mean, I've never heard of... that's the first time I've heard of a deer being referred to as a nigger. And who hasn't seen a deer? Very odd.
Y'all see him? Y'all see him? Look at that nigga right there. He finna cross the street. Look at him, y'all. Y'all see him? Look at Rudolph. Look at Rudolph. Look at Rudolph.
Rudolph is a reindeer. That is just a regular deer.
Look at Rudolph.
It doesn't have any freaking antlers.
Rudolph. He done crossed the street. Look at that. Look at it. Well. Yo, I got the better. My deer better than your deer, man. You ain't got no deer in your video. I got rain. And a deer in my video. Yo, I got a Rudolph. Yo, Rudolph ran in my video. Yeah, that's another sign, man. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. That's why I know I'm living right, because my heart is pure. My soul is at peace, and I'm calm, and I'm a good person.
He says that he's a good person, but just about a few minutes ago, he said that if a woman was looking at him that way and she was with a man, he would still go hit. So, yeah, I would have to disagree with that.
Animals, when you somewhere and a squirrel or a rabbit or a bird or whatever, you minding your business, a butterfly, if they come up and come close to you and they're not afraid of you, that's the sign that your soul is pure and it's at rest and it's not threatening because animals.
That is not true. Butterflies come up to people because they smell your blood. Butterflies are actually attracted to blood. Any squirrel that comes up to you is probably going to be sick, actually. As well as any other animal. If an animal is sick or hungry, then that's why it's going to come up to you. It has nothing to do with pure soul.
Animals live off of, they operate off of instinct, right? Animal instinct, fear. They operate off of, they can sense energy, right? That's why if you ever see a baby, you can have the most vicious pit bull, you can have the most vicious pit bull dog in the world. A bunch of them. And a baby be sitting there, they won't fuck with that baby. They won't. If you look at kids, dogs seldom bark at kids. They usually run up and they tail be wagging because kids ain't been taught how to be liars like you. See, you a liar. And you've been taught to deceive. You've been taught to manipulate, pointing you. You've been taught to be fake and your heart is fucked up. That's why animals don't like you. They fly away from you. That deer just ran him up.
James put, you'll need to post the video you wish for me to review of Blaha in the community chat or the community section of my channel, but I gotta go in order as far as to who posted what. I can't skip over someone. It wouldn't be good of me to do something like that.
My video, cause my energy good, man. My energy good. Y'all hear that rain? It's raining. So, I live right, man. I live a good life. I live a good life. I do the right things for the right reasons. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And as I get more experienced in life, the better I become. The better I become. What's going on, my man with the Arabic writing, my membership? Man, I want to thank all my members, man. Thank y'all for being a member on my channel, paying for the membership. Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. And thank everybody for supporting me, man. I appreciate you. But yep. What y'all want to do now?
What I want to do now is review the next video. But folks, you got to remember one thing. Whether someone is in someone's live stream to laugh at him or actually support him, you know, he's doing his thing. That's the purpose of live streams, you know. So he's doing his thing at the very least. So, you know, you can't really knock him so much for that.
I just carbon whips, you ready? Let me fall.
I do about $2 million a month.
Holy cow. Wow. We just parked the whip. This house belongs to a guy named Wes Watson.
Look what you had done. Playing with my feelings got me.
Look how crazy this is. This is what you call a compound.
Fun. When I saw those reps, I should've did that and just run.
He got ponds?
Do you have a specific section? This stuff has a lot of copyrighted music on it. Whose video is this? That guy, do you have a specific timestamp as far as to this video is concerned? Because this is just a Wes Watson video. In fact, this isn't even his stuff. In fact, someone saw Sean E. Knows. Yeah. But I need a specific section as far as to what you wished for me to review. But this is just a picture of his house here. So, plus there's just a lot of shitty music, copyrighted music as well. 12-minute mark? Okay.
It's about guesswork.
This is the grand living room right here?
Yeah, it's a living.
Folks, if y'all got a long video such as this, put a timestamp as far as to what you wish for me to review.
Room.
Okay.
There's like a pool table room over there.
Okay. Is that a revolving bowling ball?
Yeah, it's like a sun or something.
Cold heart, pretty face, love to chase, big mistake, no give or take, they all the same, for goodness sake.
So this is like one of the best parts living in SoCal. We're in Rancho Santa Fe and San Diego.
Actually, Ryan, usually in this case, it's better to rent a house like that because it would be a huge investment to actually maintain, especially if you're not sure whether you're going to be living there permanently or not.
Diego.
Wow. How often do you swim?
Got a gym on the other side. I've never been in the pool, not once.
You can literally have a wedding here, huh?
Yeah.
Legit, like, oh.
So this is where I have my brunch on Sundays, every Sunday, overlook.
But that's what a lot of people end up doing, Ryan. All of these people that you see on these videos showing off these fancy houses, they'll rent it for like a month or two, or they'll even rent it for about a week. You remember the show MTV Cribs? A lot of times these people would just come up with a house. They would just rent it for like a day or two. Just for it to be on MTV, and then they would move back to their shitty apartment. Oh, I forgot to... Sorry about that guy. I forgot. That's my bad.
Cold heart, pretty face,
I wasn't paying any
love to
attention.
chase, big mistake, no give or take, they all the same, for goodness sake.
So this is like one of the best parts living in SoCal. We're in Rancho Santa Fe and San Diego.
Wow. How often do you swim?
Got a gym on the other side. I've never been in the pool, not once.
You can literally have a wedding here, huh?
Yeah.
Legit, like, oh.
So this is where I have my brunch on Sundays, every Sunday, overlooking the Palm Court, which that's called.
Goodness. You got the basketball hoop and everything.
It's not a pad in Rancho Santa Fe if you don't have a tennis court. If you can't look from above and be like, oh, this is a estate, then you... I use this tennis court for burpees with my team. I don't play tennis. Anybody watching who's like, why do you need all that? This is the whole thing. If you're still living in needs in 2023, we made it to wants.
Whoa.
At least this guy is actually editing his videos, but there's probably a tennis court and a basketball court because that's what came with the house.
You gotta hit them with them.
Yeah, hell yeah. You live in a park, huh? Like, this is a whole park.
Straight compound.
Right, compound. What?
So.
Look at this. You got a damn lake.
Yeah, you gotta have a lake.
Oh my goodness. So this is where the koi fishes are.
Yeah.
They're not in the front, they're over here.
One of these real estate guys who thinks he's somebody on Instagram, show his little of a koi pond in his bucket pad, and he said, this koi pond is like $12,000 a month to maintain. I said, my koi fish are about 5 million. They're all about 20,000 each. There's about 2 to 5 million worth of them in the...
$5 million worth of koi fish? That's not a very good investment, but... How is it possible to have $5 million in koi? I mean, that's a really nice house. I gotta give him that. But $5 million in koi fish? Interesting.
lake.
Oh my goodness.
They're hungry. They're sharks, well.
It extends all the way, the whole lake. It extends all the way over there.
Yeah, there's a whole nother side to it.
Goodness, this is crazy. Okay, so this is the spot.
Now, koi fish is very expensive in itself, and it does cost a lot of money to maintain, but I've never seen anyone mention $5 million in koi fish. Well, that doesn't surprise me. If he's also doing work at the at this place, he can actually write off this facility as a business tax as well. So he can get a write-off just for the rent that he's actually paying.
Spa, huh?
It is a spa. It's got a real Roman feel to it.
Oh yeah.
2 bathrooms, 3 showers. You come in here, there's a steam room.
Okay. Damn.
And over here's a spa. This is like a Roman spa. Got another little waterfall out here. Nice little
Just don't
chill
stop.
area. It's a mega estate.
Yeah. You know, we see all these celebrities with massive houses. It just tells you don't have to be a celebrity or an entertainer or an actor or a musician to have something like this.
Now, people who are into sales and they're entrepreneurs and they understand profit margins, they can have stuff like this. A lot of people say they make a lot of money. I say how much you profit. I want to say how much you're spending, because I don't want to just make money. I want to spend it. So I need to profit a lot.
Absolutely.
It's got a place for girls to get.
You know, that's the first piece of good advice I've actually heard, but I guess a clock is broken. I mean, clock is right. A broken clock would be right twice a day. You know, it's not about how much money you're making, it's actually how much profit you're making as well. Because if you're making $1 million and it costs you $950,000 to make that kind of money, then, you know, with taxes and everything, you've not really made much. You'd be better off working just a regular job. So
Get their toes done.
What? A manicure and pedicure area?
Now we're going up to the guest house.
well, I do the same thing, except I can only write off my office, this one room. I can't write off everything. That's the problem. Some of these people try to write off the entire house and they get themselves in trouble. You're only supposed to write off the areas in a home that you actually use for business purposes.
Is that another garage I see over there?
Yeah, that's for all the workers and there's full service staff of like 8. I don't get my bed made just in the morning. They make my bed before I get in it.
This is a whole nother house in the property. What in the world? I don't know if I could take it anymore.
Just keeps going. Dude.
It just doesn't stop. Are we still in the same city or what?
Yeah, it's just a whole different feel to it. This bathroom is kind of cool.
I like it. I like the vibe. I mean, who used to live here before? To like, you know what I mean? Like
Billionaire shipping guy. This is where you come to the bowling alley.
a little cave?
Yeah, this is like into the side of the hill.
Oh my goodness. Damn. Oh my God.
See what we got.
Wow.
Let's see what Snooze got.
Let me see. Let me see.
Let's see Snooze's game. You gotta go first.
Okay.
Wait, I'll get one. I'll get one.
Go ahead. Are you good at bowling?
Not really. Little spin for him.
I think he's lying. Oh, okay. I'm out. All right. Welcome to the gym.
This is kind of just a normal gym.
If you have one room, then you can't write it off.
I mean, I don't really give a workout at home. I like to go to the gym.
That's cool. That's cool. Thank you for showing me the crib.
Dude, my
absolutely
pleasure.
amazing,
So
beautiful.
I used to see your videos like right before you DM'd me on Instagram. I started to see your videos that were popping up, and I'm like, oh, dope. Because I like baller. I always liked the MTV cribs.
Yeah.
I like nicer lifestyles.
Congratulations on all your success, obviously. Let me ask you this. This all happened 5 years ago.
Yeah, I got out of prison 5 years ago. I stepped out of the gates. They handed me $200 check. It's called gate money. I had $200 to my name and a massive criminal record. And I was, there's no way. But I was so positive and I had such a good mindset. I was so focused on just if a man is right, his world will be right.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm just gonna be a good dude. I don't want no more problems, you know. And I really I went to prison for straight violence. I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
And so it was really easy for me to change my life. I had to just do the opposite of what I was. And I've just been blessed ever since, man, because I decided to really change my life and teach others how to do the same.
100%. Now, are you comfortable kind of backtracking and talking
let's
about,
do it.
so before prison, you know, kind of describe like what was going on in your life?
I mean, before prison, I lived in a high-rise condo downtown San Diego. I had a little mini mansion in Encinitas. I had a Range Rover, white-on-white 24s. I had a Chrysler 300. And I was like, I was living that little life. I was selling drugs. I would get like 200, 250 pounds at a time.
Okay.
And anything else I could get my hands on to make money off, I'd make money with. And I was just a hustler since day one. I've never had a job.
That's just the thing. That's why I always figured that he was a drug dealer at one time. Drug dealers can make a lot of money, whether they're even in the legitimate business arena. He's generally just using the laws of attraction, no different than any other businessman, but he's using it in a very different way. I mean, think about it for a minute. Take Aaron Singerman, my buddy Aaron. I mean, he was a big drug dealer as well. And then he got into the supplement business, you know, and this is pre anything. So, you know, drug dealers are usually good businessmen, you know, but I actually can see where Wes is, how he's getting so many clients is because he's using the laws of attraction. People want to be like him there. Suffice to say, I definitely don't want to be like him. But you know, that's where the line is when it comes to this.
In my life. I've never clocked into a job, not one time in my life, except the first job I ever had that was in prison. And I got paid 8 cents an hour to work in the kitchen.
Wow.
So my first job ever was 8 cents an hour. And I've never had a job. I've either sold drugs or owned my own business. I mean, what I tell people is your new life is going to cost you your old one. So, I mean, my old life I was the worst person. Like, literally, I'd smoke. If you have a problem and you come across me, you better walk the other way. Like, I was the dude, you know. And even in prison, that's who I was. I mean, I posted on Instagram in prison from 2014 to 2017. Once I got my first smartphone in prison, I started posting on Instagram. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna use this platform to make money when I get out. And so by the time I got out, I already had 10,000 followers, and I was ready to crush it.
So when you get out of prison, after being in prison for 10 years, you said you only had $200 to your name. So what were like the first steps to get to that level of this success?
So basically, I was already like knowing that I would do people's diets and their workouts.
Okay, so that was the first step.
Yeah, so I knew I was going to make people's diets and workouts. So I got out, I found an app I could do that from. And I just downloaded the app and I started advertising on my Instagram, hey, I could do your diets and workouts. And I was in crazy shape. I had been in prison for 10 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I had a whole different mindset. So I would post stuff about mindset, training, and nutrition. And I'd just give so much stuff away for free that people were like, man, this is changing my life.
Hey, Veganism Exposed, how's it going there?
If I'm listening to you, I'm applying it and it's working.
Yeah.
And then I started selling just a program for $250 1 month where I'll do your training, your nutrition, and we get on a Zoom call for mindset.
I guess you can include me as far as dealing anabolic steroids. I mean, of course, I got into the supplement business as well, so yeah.
That was my first core program. And once I went on YouTube and I started telling my story, I would get $10,000 worth of signups a day, $250 a pop. Now that I sell programs up to 20,000, that's all that really changed. Was I changed the pricing structure and the way my business model is. A lot of people could come to me and I could just change their pricing structure. I could tell them to do a couple different things and I could take them from 10,000 a month to 200,000. A lot of people are just so foolish. They don't go get right around the people at the top and see how they do it. I don't sit there and close deals on the phone like a lot of coaches and fitness people. I do it through text message and I do it through different channels because the way my content is, I do all the selling in my content by showing the process of what I do before I have to get on the phone with them. Everything I do is different. Everything I do is streamlined. Everything I do is more simple. And if people watch my program or my YouTube, a lot of the deepest mindset problems people have, I break down very simply. So it'd be pretty obvious that I would do the same thing in business. And I've streamlined this type of business to where everybody who's a coach should really drop the way they're doing and come learn through me.
Yeah, if you guys are curious to know more about Wes's programs and socials, link in the description below. What was that pivotal moment when you got out of prison, right? And you're like, wow, I can make up.
I would never have Wes Watson come anywhere close to my business. His business works because his business is no different than most other network marketers. He uses the law of attraction. But it's a little bit opposite of, someone that's wearing a business suit and a Rolex and everything like that. There's people out there that want to look as tough as he does, So that's where that law of attraction is. It comes from the opposite end of things. But I would never have him run a business here for me, ever. And it's just simply because we're not going to be compatible. His mechanisms are not compatible with mine.
A lot of money from this, because I know you gradually built your way up.
Yeah, I didn't even care about money. Okay. I really just was talking online and was proud that I was no longer a problem.
Yeah.
Because I was a drug addict. I was drinking all the time. I was violent. I was a problem. I should have been in prison. Like, I needed to be off the streets. And
you're saying you're like this after prison?
Yeah, no, before I went to prison.
Okay.
Then when I got out, I was so proud of myself. I was just sharing that I was proud of myself to the world. Yeah. And people could sense that. Man, this dude is really, like, living a good life. And I didn't have anything. Yeah. But they could sense in me that I was just happy and I was content and I was proud of myself. I was living a great life and I was at a high frequency, I was living that really high vibration lifestyle. And most people don't understand that even the people with a place like this or with the most money, if they're not helping other people or they have bad habits, their life's going to be.
Yeah.
So I really just taught people how to live their best life. I can watch 99.9% of people, and there's no way that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And we can look at their habits, their life. I could tell them why they feel how they feel, why they're stuck where they're stuck, and fully unmake all their problems very easily. It's a lot of people ask me what I do, and I say it's what I don't do. And that's the biggest thing. What do you do for a living, Wes? I say it's what I don't do. And they're like, what do you mean? If I went in their life and took away all the stuff they shouldn't be doing and put all that energy towards what they should, their life would be completely different.
Yeah, no, that's facts. That's 100%. When you were in prison, are you comfortable with talking about like how it went down in there?
Yeah, Cali prison's straight gangland, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's way racial. I mean, you'd be an other.
Yeah.
So you're like Asian?
I'm Filipino.
Yeah, so you'd be an other. So you'd be the blacks, the others, and the Norteños are on one side of the day room.
I see.
And then the white.
Yes, in prison, there is still segregation in prisons. The blacks, the coloreds, they hang with one section. Even they can be separated in particular based upon gangs. The whites would be on their own side and everything. But yes, prison is very segregated.
It's the Southern Mexicans and the Paisas are on the other. And so we're split.
Okay.
And nobody intermingles. You don't work out together, nothing.
Wow.
And it's gang politics. It's racial politics. It's horrible.
So he was in a maximum security prison, obviously. He was, but considering him mentioning how violent he was, definitely in a max
place. People are getting whacked all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why people are so weak out here.
Yeah.
They've never been in rooms like I've been in. Like, they see my content, they see me yelling, they see me doing all this. It's like, these people out here are so soft that no wonder they can't capitalize like I can. They're scared of everything.
Yeah.
Like, they're scared of everything.
I want to get to know more about how you developed that mindset. Because you said you were always.
They're still colored, Quick Pump. They're going to hang with the blacks. Light skin. You can either be light skin black or you can be chalkboard black. You're going to still be in that same section. But you got to be really careful because then you, of course, have Crips, Bloods. Then there's Gangsta Disciples. And then there's the Black Guerrilla family. So there's even factions that are separated amongst them. But generally speaking, it is segregated, and then even from there, it's going to be segregated even further.
was a hustler even before prison. You never had a 9 to 5, right? Like this mentality had to come from somewhere. It had to start from something.
Yeah, I just always wanted to smoke for free. I was a drug dealer, and I wanted to smoke weed. So I'm like, I started off wanting to smoke weed for free. So I'd buy, some work, and then I'd get rid of it so I could smoke my own for free. Yeah. I'm doing that at this house.
Yeah. Yeah.
I live here for free off of what I sell from here.
Yeah.
Everything's paying for itself.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've just always had that mentality of how can I do this? How can I get this done?
So you're in prison for 10 years. You went in when you were 24?
Yeah, I went in about 24, 25.
In that moment, did you accept it? Like, you know what?
The second I went in, I grabbed the pen and I stepped back and I was sitting in the back of my mind and I'm like, I'm a true observer, I sit in my mind as like the witness, watching my thoughts unfold. And I'm like, okay, you have a chance right now. And I'm like, okay, what is it? I have a chance to write the greatest story ever told. To come in here, build the baddest while doing 10 years in prison, and then get out and show everyone what's capable when you're the type of like me.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize, they say those quotes like, they threw me to the wolves and I came back pack leader, and they write these things on their Instagram. Dude, 99.9% of what these rappers rap about and what these quotes on Instagram are, I live to a T so greatly that they should just write this about me. But then I did write a book. I wrote a best-selling book.
Did you?
Called Non-Negotiable by Wes Watson.
Okay, I got it.
There's nothing I haven't done.
Yeah.
I was a pro snowboarder before prison.
What?
Yeah, the whole thing is like a lot of people just don't pursue wholeheartedly, so those that will pursue wholeheartedly can take anything they want.
Yeah.
Like I can teach people how to go after life at a different level with a different level of intensity to where they'll smash levels. Yeah. Like people don't know people that live like this, but once you get around me, you see how I'm doing every part. You see how you can make $200,000 a month, $500,000 a month, $1 million a month, doing something with your skill set,
Yeah.
You can have all the best skill set out there, but it doesn't guarantee that you're going to make $200,000. The truth of the matter is, even in my line of business, if people were doing what I was doing, about 95% of the people that do what I do actually fail. And that's just the realities of any type of business. But the good thing is with proper training, you can lessen your chances of failing in the business, but not by much. But it's still going to be around. The vast majority of people, like I said, 95% of the people are going to fail at their business. That's just a fact, regardless as to their actions.
You looked at it as an opportunity,
100%.
And not like, okay, I failed and my life is...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a victim.
I don't hold on to life like other people do. Like, I really know death is very cheap. Life is very cheap, and death is going to take place.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I live every day to the fullest, and the fullest meaning creating the best life ever.
Yeah.
A lot of people think living life to the fullest means like engaging in a lot of instant gratification. But in all reality, those people are they're actually just escaping their current reality. They say they're living their best life, but all they're doing is escaping their current reality. And I create.
Well, that guy is a corrections officer. I can actually respect that he's actually fully reformed himself. As far as that's concerned, a lot of times when it comes to inmates, it's a revolving door. Once someone gets out, they go back to the same activities. I've seen people go out and then like a month or two later, they're right back where they started from, The fact that he's doing what he's doing now and he's not gone back to prison and he's not breaking any laws, I can respect that, He still curses too much for me, but he is at the very least a reformed felon. So yeah, I could probably break bread with him. But chances are, me being a corrections officer, he probably wouldn't want to associate with me anyway. And vice versa, me with him. So, yeah. But I can respect the fact that he's actually reformed himself and he's no longer breaking any laws. Because that's not the general status quo for most felons. Most felons, they usually go back to prison. It's a revolving door.
Created a different reality that I love to live.
Yeah.
And a lot of people just debate all this. and they always say it's not about money or this or that. I just tell everybody out there, the goal is to create the individual you admire and give that person to the world. And to me, it was a man who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't use drugs. He's not a womanizer. He's a very committed man to one.
Ice Monkey, I mean, that's part of his marketing strategy, but, you know, being in a max prison for 10 years, he probably is pretty tough, you know. I mean, that's not exactly an act. The survive in a max prison for 10 years, even for 1 year, you know, you got to hold your own, you know. So, yeah. I don't think the tough guy thing is an act or anything. In fact, I would honestly say it's definitely not an act. 10 years in a max prison that's some hardcore shit right there.
One partner. I mean, he's committed in everything he does. Like if Snooze tells me, Wes, be there at 1, I'm here. I'm on point. Yeah. And I need you guys to realize that is the most valued thing.
Yes, he's a lot more intelligent than Kali Muscle. That I can say.
A man who holds his word. Because all my life, I met these fake men that were undisciplined, didn't hold their word, and they broke it every chance they got to break for something they wanted. They always broke and sold out. And that's what I can never be.
Yeah, no, that I love that you say you're a man of your word, and this is a perfect example of why you've accomplished all these things. Yeah, and there's not a lot of people out there that are disciplined and a man of their word and responsible for whatever they're doing.
See, a lot of people are men of their word. I'm a man of my thoughts even. If I thought it, I have to be it. I don't even have to say it to anybody. Wow. So, I mean, the point is I live by this thing called what I call conscience congruency. If my conscience tells me I must do it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So, like, my conscience told me I had to get a penthouse in Miami because I was out there at an event. I had the penthouse in the SLS Brickell the next week.
Yeah.
And I'm going to move in there on May 1st. And I'm going to keep this place and my other place. I just don't slow down at all. I'm not afraid to lose. People are moving with so much defense, and I move with all offense. People are afraid to lose because their ego. I don't even care. I don't care if I go flat broke.
Yeah.
Like the next day, I'll just be a solid man again. Every day, my only goal is to not break character and to be a solid man.
That's beautiful.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
Would you consider yourself a spiritual person?
People say I'm more stoic, but I mean, I
get that vibe.
I know there's I know there's a God. I know we've been created by something. I mean, they say your conscience is the authentic voice of God. So when I say conscience congruency, whatever your conscience is telling you, when you follow that, you're basically following the path and the footsteps that God wants you to follow.
Yeah, because what I'm getting off of this is...
Yeah, those Cali prisons are definitely not a joke at all, so...
You built this empire because of who you are and what you believe in, what you stand for, and the value you provide to others.
100%.
And it's not just... Because
if you
focus on the money, it's not really good.
The only thing that makes me free in my heart is when I'm creating content or I'm writing or I'm working to create a man that will be a great instrument for others.
Yeah.
I feel like we're aligned like with above and we can tap into infinite intelligence and all the information is already there. So I don't read or anything like that anymore.
Yeah.
But once I really found out that gratitude was what opened the door to higher intelligence, I just lived a grateful life even on my worst of days. And gratitude to me is action. So someone can't tell me they're grateful that when on a bad day they go drink alcohol. You're not grateful. You just trashed yourself.
Yeah.
On a bad day, I go work out. On a bad day, I still do the same stuff as a good day.
Yeah.
I never change my day. I've never changed anything I've done since prison.
If there's some young kid or someone that's struggling right now that's watching this video, what are some things you can tell them?
First thing, get sober. To get off all substances so you can actually think clearly. And, stop accumulating karmic debt. If you are doing wrong to people, you can't move forward. So first off, stop using drugs, stop using substances, and quit accumulating karmic debt. Karmic debt is anything that makes you be punished with time. The universe punishes you with time. So like if I was wrong to you guys right now as a to you guys, I'm like, you guys, get my house. Like if you did so and I was just being a prick, then for the next 2-3 hours I'd be like, nah, Snooze was wrong. I'd be debating in my head, but really those 2-3 hours were taken from me because the act I did, and now I'm stuck in the debate and the negotiation that I was right. I don't live that way. I only have complete clarity moving forward because I don't.
some of the stuff that he's saying is a contradiction in itself. It can either be spiritual. I mean, being spiritual and stoic are almost two different opposite things. I can't place I just can't place where his head is at, basically, in terms of his philosophy, because he's quoting philosophies from different influencers. So I can't nail down exactly what his actual influence. In other words, I can't figure out who Wes Watson is or who he wants to be. Maybe he's trying to figure it out for himself. I don't know.
I don't do anything wrong. If you go yell at your chick on the phone and you're wrong, you'll sit there and you'll replay the event for 5 hours later. You won't be able to shoot this video with clarity. You won't be able to write stuff. You won't be able to move forward because you're being punished with those 5 hours because how you made her feel. And don't listen to anybody else. Like a real guy, a real teacher won't tell you what to see. He'll show you where to look.
Yeah.
And I want you to just look in your heart and have it tell you what you need to change to be the man you admire, the man you would listen to.
Yeah.
And do not expect someone to listen to you if you wouldn't listen to you. And especially if you don't listen to yourself, don't expect anybody to listen to you.
Yeah.
And I listen to myself to a T. And it's not even myself, it's our conscience that's telling us how to be and how to guide our lives.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things
that's good, yeah.
There's a lot of things that I practice that are so painful still. Like I live here by myself. I would want my girl and her daughter to live here, but she's just not ready. And we've been together almost a year.
Yeah.
So she lives in Vegas and I have to fly her back out and everything. And most people are like, that, Wes, like, she should be ready. You have this mega mansion, you take care of all her bills, you do all this, she's wrong. And I'm like, you may say that, and it may seem right to you because you're operating from, subjective reality and you feel a certain way about it, but objectively, I feel like if I do something wrong to her, it would hurt my heart and my soul. So I'm not going to do anything, and I'm just going to be more patient. I mean, I could give her a time frame and say, hey, if you don't make the move in the next 6 months, I got to go.
Yeah.
But I mean, the whole point is I don't move the way people move because I want what I want. I move the way I move because what's right and what's wrong.
Can you give me 3 things that mean the most to you?
I mean, I want to tell people the 3 things of hyper-successful individuals.
Go for it.
So, I mean, you guys probably won't like this, but this is what you're going to need if you want to be hyper-successful, which this channel is about.
I want to hear it.
So, the first thing is you have to know you're better than everybody. Kobe and Michael and the top.
I mean, I would agree with you at some point in time there, Ice Monkey. I think the type of attitude and his marketing is similar to Andrew Tate in particular. But I don't think he's too arrogant. I'm not much older than he is. I think he's like 40 or 41 or so forth. He's a Gen Y person, but not by... He's almost a Gen Xer like me, a late Gen Xer. But I don't think he's just arrogant. He's got his marketing strategy down, but I think he's still trying to figure out who he is. But like I said before, him as well as Tate, they definitely have the same marketing routine, the same laws of attraction, in other words.
Top people did not go into the game trying to get second place.
Yeah.
And then second, you have to never be satisfied. I am not satisfied at all. You saw this life. I'm not satisfied at all. The second after this is
No, I wouldn't date Wes.
done, I'm going directly into sales and I need to get more. And people think that's a problem. No, it's just more. I don't make it a problem.
Yeah.
And the third thing is impulse control. Yeah. So first, you're the best. Nobody's better than you. Like literally, you are the top and you're not going into anything trying to be second place. Like you are. Second is you're never satisfied. And third is impulse control.
You tell me I'm something you need.
So now that I've not heard him with the cursing, I have a better understanding of Wes. I mean, good thing is he's a reformed criminal, He's not going out and breaking the law. I mean, his claims of how much money he's making, I think, are exaggerated, but he is making a lot of money because, like I said before, since he's not been renting and he's been living there for so long, uh, he is definitely making some money. Uh, but his strategy and laws of attraction are not going to be the same as everyone else. In other words, people can go take his course, people can take Andrew Tate's course, people can take Grant Cardone's course, even people can listen to me and I can tell someone how to build a website and how to build a business. But the problem is that still 95% of people still fail, even if they work as hard as they possibly can, It even includes on doing any type of YouTubing and stuff like that, and any type of public speaking. There's just going to be people that are going to be super influential. I have a pretty good channel, but I'm definitely no Rich Piana, or anything like that. If you get my drift. But he definitely uses the law of attraction very well. But I think we're in a new generation of where his marketing isn't wearing a 3-piece suit like my generation. What he's marketing is the tough guy, all tats, looking cool, big cars and big watches and stuff. So it's just a different level of marketing, which, for someone that, like I said, he's an early Gen Y-er, so he's pretty close to my age. So so for him to attract other people that is in his 20s, he's doing pretty good, actually. But he just curses too much. I mean, way too much profanity. But, oh well. Let's go on to the next video. Yeah, I think he promotes that alpha male image that, we are living in a society where there is a lot of pussies that wish that they can do the things like be in the military, go to war, work as a corrections officer. They wish they can be a tough guy, But I think that, and they go to these people like that because they think that, well, if I take their courses, I'm going to be a tough guy. I'm going to be that big dog. I'm going to be the big dog in the yard in the prison, in other words. Well, that's just any course there, Ice Monkey. But it's going to always be the same. Some people are going to be successful, but it's sometimes like the lottery.
Period.
It really is. It's like the lottery. So let's go ahead and check out some of Pugman's videos from our best friend Jason Balaha.
I don't like excuses from people. As a coach, I don't accept those sort of excuses. I'm scared. Well, this is what I tell guys like Paul and my other lifters. Well, stop being a fucking pussy. Then you won't be scared anymore. This is an easy solution. Either you want to gain muscle or you don't. Don't make excuses. I'm scared. Well, quit being a fucking pussy. There you go. Problem solved. We all make fun of him in my coaching circles. He can't squat anything. And he obsesses over things that don't matter that much. That's just my opinion.
Now, first off, circling down there, I don't doubt that he's paying $250 a month, but some people will pay that amount just to be humiliated, despite all the information that's out there. But let's listen in.
And that's what other coaches I know say. Hey, Paul, quit messaging me in Skype. You're in this channel. You're in the live stream. Stop. I'm going to turn Skype off so you can't message me. All right. So it quits popping up in the middle of my screen. for my client Paul's vlogs, and he finally got a training week sorted. Some stuff has changed here, and I've taken Paul over to training 3 days a week because he is cutting. And for those curious, what had happened is he overbulked. He got too fat. He got to a point to where,
You know, with those sideburns, he almost looks a little bit like Lupin the Third, if you ask me. That may be before you guys' time. You'll have to look up Lupin the Third. So, yeah.
you know, he has love handles in the belly again, and his BMI is too high. His BMI got way too high, and we talked about it, like I said last time.
This is pretty bad squatting because he's tucking in his knees. So, watch this.
He's young. He's still...
See how he just tucks in his knees? He's pretty much off balance. He also has that thing leaned down. He's also leaning down on that squat way too much.
Learning. He's young and learning. He didn't know how to count calories or anything like that when we started. I taught him, and then when we were supposed to be slow bulking, he way overbulked. And, you know, instead of gaining 2 pounds a month, like I had told him, he gained like 8 or 9 pounds a month, or 10. And his weight shot way up. Like he actually got up to, he was up to over a week ago in the last vlogs, he was at 205 pounds and still has, you know, mostly novice numbers. Because you can't gain 10 pounds a month and see serious muscle gains much beyond what you would have gained at a slower bulk. It's a tiny amount, but again, you can only gain so much muscle in 3 months, no matter how much you eat. And he realized,
Hey, what's up, Ballmong?
He made a mistake. He was unhappy with it, and I, as a coach, was unhappy with it from, you know, from a health perspective. So I'm like, unless you're going to keep bulking, which created a little bit of a fiasco for him. And another lifter came over and told him basically leave him alone because he was supposedly banging his weights. And I've never had in my life anyone do that to me in a gym. So it always
At least this lift looks a little bit better.
surprises me when I hear that. I hear that a lot from people. You know, that this person told me quit banging my weights, and they're not even a member. I mean, they're not even management. They're usually a member, which is just ludicrous. Like that they get to tell you that another gym member gets to tell you what to do for doing perfectly normal training. Absolutely ludicrous. I mean, look, he's not even banging the weights, right? He's controlling his deadlifts. Perfectly reasonably controlled. Good clean reps. Stop banging your weights. Wow. I think that's why he turned his head to the side. I think he got distracted. Someone had told him that.
Yeah, you really shouldn't bang your weights in doing any deadlifts or anything like that. People that bang their weights are usually trying to show off, so, yeah. These are pretty good, clean lifts, but, yeah.
Because he talked to me about it later. You know, hey, how do I deal with this? And, you know, I told him, no, don't get aggressive about it. You don't have the presence to pull that off. You don't have the presence to pull that off. Be polite, be respectful, don't get kicked out of your gym. But yeah, he did get distracted by that. He said he thought he could have got more, but he got distracted, and I saw his head turn in that clip. Then we do for him, we do back off work. Right, we do 5x10 back off work with on his bench. There's a lot of recovery issues, which we've talked about, and stress management that he needs to sort. But the other thing is that he bulked really, really, really fast, and he gained a lot of fat. And a lot of people are looking at this footage, and the camera angles are doing him a good job here. But he gained probably 30 pounds of body fat because he gained 40 pounds in a short period of time. And again, younger guys who are still learning. So I'm not going to give him a hard time. We've all been this silly. We've all made mistakes. And, you know, when I gave him rules and taught him how to count calories originally, you know, we discussed rates of weight gain, and he was supposed to gain 2 pounds a month, right? Well, he's like, well, I decided that maybe if I just eat more and just...
Okay, that guy, we'll check it out. I want to make sure we go in order first there, so we definitely got plenty of time for that.
Pig out, and I kind of quit counting calories and just ate tons and tons and tons of food, and he was throwing extra junk in and everything after, you know, he knew that he met his macros, you know. He just added an extra couple thousand more calories than he needed every day, and he ended up gaining like 8 or 10 pounds a month instead of 2. And now he's realized, man, my body fat has really gotten way higher than I'm comfortable with. And yeah, he's actually over 200 pounds right now. So this is a problem. So we discussed that he needs to cut 20 pounds. Okay, he can't bulk anymore. Okay, he can't bulk anymore because then he's just going to keep getting fatter and fatter. Okay, it's not really an option. And this is what I tell guys: if you're going to bulk to a high body weight, then see it all the way through and be comfortable with it. But you better understand, you're not going to like it. You're going to be real uncomfortable. It's not going to be pleasant.
I think he does need to gain a little bit of weight there, so... And he looks a little frail.
You're not going to like how you look. And I have clients who don't mind that. I have clients who bulked up to having a belly to get to that 500 squat.
I don't think he's the next. Well, it's now Crystal Stubing. I don't think he's going to be the next one. Let's see what we got here. I'm not familiar with the Valcambi gold cast bar. Let me look that up. I've never heard of Valcambi. Oh, this is a pretty old company. Let's see here. 200 pieces per box, Lucy. Sure. Might be a good investment there. Definitely no scam artist, that's for sure. Hey, Dusty, what's up? Nope, we already did that one. Let's see. Okay. Let me refresh this. Just doing some reviewing of videos. I gotta travel early in the morning, unfortunately. Hang tight, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Had to go and make myself a light meal. That's going to heat up a little bit. So, in the meantime, good thing I have a hot water dispenser on my fountain. So, let's take a look at James's. All right. Let's see here.
It's not working. Trying this again. Sorry guys, I'm not able to get this to work so far. We're trying really, really hard to get my guest on, but it is not sending her the invite.
It looks a little bit different somehow. I can't put my finger on it.
All right, let me try this again. This to work. Sorry about that to everyone who's watching. I'm trying to figure out how to invite a guest, and it is just simply not working. Alright, we're having no luck. Hey Brett, what's up, bro? Brett's one of my long-term former clients. Yeah, I see that, Antonio. I can't get her to see the messages.
What the hell? Get off of my screen. Well, that happened at random.
Alright, she's trying to get on here now. Wait a minute, we might be in luck here. We might be in luck. Is it working? Ariel, how are you doing?
I'm good. I am amazing.
I wonder why it's so quiet.
The what?
My thing is so quiet. Let me see if I can fix that. Hold on.
Thank you, everyone, for your.
Try to adjust. We might have to retry this in a second. Hold on.
I have a really good soba noodles, nice and spicy. Plenty of protein. They're low carb, of course.
Okay.
I'm going to close that out and see if I can get my sound up. All right. All right, try talking.
Can you hear me?
Beautiful. All right, let me set this back in the holder. This was quite a bit of
Oh no, I couldn't live next to that guy. Quick pump, non-negotiable.
a tech issue. So how are you doing, Ariel?
For your patience. Apologies.
All right, all good. So
Oh, now
for
we're loud.
everyone watching, this is my good friend, Ariel Ziegler. We've done some collab work together in the past. We've been friends a long time. And she, of course, is a coach and a high-level athlete herself. And we're going to talk with you guys today about healthy masculinity. We didn't really rehearse this ahead of time. This is kind of impromptu. It was based upon a post that I did the other day. It had a lot of engagements. Ariel jumped in. And I know that you love to touch on some of this stuff yourself, you know, on both the male and the female dynamics. And you get a lot of pushback on some of these things, surprisingly, you know, on your own wall. So let's talk about this for a moment. And then we'll let you talk about your work and your website and everything at the end. By the way, I have used her professionally. So I can absolutely vouch for her work as a coach and the work that she does. Like, I can vouch for it firsthand. You know, one of the reasons I have you on here. So let's talk a little bit about this. So where do we want to go with this today?
How do you want to open it? Do you want to open it up from, I mean, I'm also open to opening into the unhealthy dynamic of the recent feminist movement, not the original one, because I feel like they're very much, it's a dance that they play, and they kind of feed off of each other, not in a beneficial way. So however you want to start it. I mean, actually, let's have some of the followers. Did any of the followers want to bring anything into the forefront, and we can kind of play a game on that one? I think that'd be fun.
Well, some of them will post in here too. Some of my clients are in here right now. They have their own viewpoints. I know Brett and Antonio are both in here watching, and they're both, you know, very opinionated on some of this stuff, particularly Antonio.
I love opinions because they're all egoic attachments. So
people feel free to chime in, but I think the way I kind of wanted to go is let's start off just with the topic that I had brought up. You know, was talking about, you know, everyone talks about toxic masculinity, but no one wants to talk about the opposite, which is
Blaha's been, for the most part, keeping low key. So, yeah, I think he might be in a little bit of trouble too.
Yes.
Right? What is healthy masculinity? To me, that
and his girlfriend is definitely keeping him under control. He's pussy whipped.
I don't want to say this in a bad way. People hate it when you say traditional, but, you know, traditional male roles, you know, all through history and even prehistory would have been men's roles.
Yep.
Protectors, providers, hunters, warriors, teachers, mentors.
Yep.
So if we look at that is what ancient societies were built upon. This is
Steven Seagal's legit. You know, he trained in Japan. And in order for him to even train the way he did in Japan, you know, they don't just pick up cookie cutters. So Steven Seagal, he's gotten a lot fatter, but he's still legit, you know. People get old these days, but you can't compare Blaha to Steven Seagal.
How men are wired. We are wired to be when we're healthy.
Yep.
And the thing is when we're emotionally and mentally healthy, we are protectors, providers, mentors.
Yep. And we also take care of ourselves as well. Men take care of themselves. They put themselves first, because it's only by the man being fully embodied in who he is that he's able to then show up as a provider for the woman. However, in society, the way it is these days, the man is not allowed to be that thing. He's not allowed to. He's literally emasculated from the day that we set forth. And then obviously we have the environmental factor.
What the hell are they talking about? Sounds like some sort of 50s, but then they're mixing in some gobbledygook. Weird. I've not mentioned anything about a debate, Richard. In fact, I don't think we've discussed anything about debating. What did you want to debate about, Richard? We're doing reaction videos. I've not even mentioned any type of debate, but what do you want to debate about? It's going to really depend on my peoples here whether they wish to see a debate or not. But I would have to know what we'd be debating on. I mean, I guess we can debate on that peptides that you were getting. Okay. Folks, did y'all want me to debate Richard tonight? Put a yes or no in the column, or we can continue to review videos. I'll leave it up to the people here, Richard. Well, the debate would have to go until midnight. That's about as far as I can extend things. I can't extend things tonight. We can do it through Discord. All right, anyone else? We got 2 yeses, 1 no. We can debate on lab-grown meat, so let's see. 2 no's, 3, 4 no's, 4 yeses. So I got 4 yeses and 4 no's. So I guess I'll be the tiebreaker. And let's go ahead and debate, Richard. So we'll do it in Discord. All right, folks, it's fight night. About time we got this matter settled. We've already decided, folks. We already decided. We're going to debate. Actually, let me do this here. All right.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Your microphone appears to be muted.
Hang tight. This does this all the time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hang tight. I gotta do one other thing.
Sure. be muted.
Let me turn this off here.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. All right, Richard, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So this is
You said the peptides I ordered, TB500 in particular, are illegal.
yes, they're illegal according to Canadian law.
So they're not. They are legal to be sold so long as they're sold as research chemicals. And there's particular guidelines on selling things as research chemicals. They can be sold to the public. You just can't say that they do a particular thing, like, oh, this is good for building muscle, this and that. You have to explicitly say this is for research purposes only, not for human consumption. But they are not illegal to be sold. They're not illegal to buy, as long as you follow, those guidelines on selling, and they are legal to possess and use for personal consumption.
Richard, define the word research. What does that mean? What is its intended use as far as when someone is buying research chemicals?
So the research label only applies to the seller. If the buyer wants to use them for personal use, that's their prerogative.
No, they're only legal if they're purchased for research purposes.
Nope.
Are you using it for research purposes?
I don't need to.
Okay.
It only applies to the seller.
Okay. I would doubt that the Canadian Mounties will be knocking down your door. I say that they're illegal because I read the laws as far as SARMs are concerned. Peptides are pretty much SARMs. Now,
They're not. They're entirely different compounds.
Okay. So, I mean, there's not really a way to settle that. You say that it's legal, I say that it's illegal. I never even asked if you even started using peptides or not.
Yeah, I did a course of TB500.
By the way, these are vegan noodles. There's no meat or anything, so I'm not trying to eat meat in front of you. But I didn't hear that. Did you start using the peptides?
I did one 10-day course of TB500.
Okay. And it didn't work for you, did it?
No, it did. For the reason I took it for, it did.
Okay. So what was your end result?
So my shoulder pain almost went away completely, and the pain in my right knee almost went away completely.
Well, good for you. Are you intending to take more of it?
So I don't think I'm going to take TB500, at least not right now. I'm thinking I might try BPC 157.
BPC. So many peptides out here. Interesting. And Richard, just out of curiosity, and I think I mentioned this for you before, why aren't you consulting a doctor as far as your shoulder issues are concerned and just going out off the end and trying to do your own medical work?
There isn't really anything a doctor can do for me. Like, the only thing they're going to say is rest. Outside of prescribing me, like, painkillers, or just telling me not to do anything, or getting, like, really complex imaging done, like an MRI, in the case that I might need surgery, like, that's the only thing they're really going to be able to do for me.
Okay. You sound a little low energy today. Is everything okay?
Yeah, like, I've been particularly depressed lately. That might be why my voice is kind of slow and dull.
Okay. I got you on that. I mean, there's not really much of debate as far as because no matter what I actually say, you're going to think that these peptides are legal. But let's push that to the side
Well,
there. Let's push that to the
I
side there because there's
I want to see evidence that they are illegal for personal consumption. So if you happen to get into possession of these peptides, show me where in the Canadian Criminal Code peptides are illegal to possess and use.
I've already showed you the link. It's not going to say that particular peptide in particular because there's hundreds of different peptides.
It didn't mention anything about peptides. The only I saw the link you gave me and I read it completely. The only thing that was mentioned was SARMs, and it only gave out guidelines for sellers. So they only crack down on sellers. Again, these drugs, there's nothing in the Canadian Criminal Code prohibiting their use for personal use.
Okay. Do you think your country would agree? I mean, what's the best way to phrase this? Do you think Canadian law was intended for someone to purchase research chemicals for personal use?
So Canada is a little unique to the United States, where when it comes to drugs and drug use, the law is only really concerned with sellers. So if you happen to be in possession of any drug, it could be heroin, could be Dilaudid or OxyContin, anything like that, as long as it's in your possession for personal use, no, the law does not crack down on you. And it actually looks like in the near future, all drugs are going to be legalized for personal use.
Richard, that's not what the law was meant in place as far as Canadian law. And when you actually look at the link that I think you need to read the link that I sent you more clearly. One thing I can actually say, regardless as to how you term it or anything like that, it's a research chemical. It's meant for research purposes only. Now, Canada is not going to obviously go after sellers, It's sort of like crack, in other words. Usually the police in America won't really go after the crackheads. They go after the drug dealers, They don't go after crackheads. So in this case, you purchasing these is similar to you being a crackhead, in other words, to where
So that'll depend on the state, for one thing. If you're in somewhere like Portland, they don't really care about personal users. If you're in somewhere like Florida, no, they will charge you personally if you're in possession of something like meth or heroin, regardless of the quantity. It'll just be a higher class felony because then they can add it with like intent to sell. But no, in Canada, it's a fair bit different. We're quite a lot more liberal when it comes to our drug laws. And again, just because something is sold under the legal exemption of a research chemical, that doesn't mean that the person who is in possession of it needs to use it as a research chemical. So if I ordered it legally online through the research chemical exemption, I don't have to use it as a research chemical. I can use it for personal use. Like again, where in the Canadian Criminal Code does it say I cannot use a research chemical for personal use?
Well, just in the name itself that, that the chemicals are only supposed to be used for research purposes.
Yeah, so that's
but you're not using it for research purposes. You're using it for personal use.
So that's for sellers. That law is designed for sellers so that they don't trick consumers into thinking that they can use this for some personal benefit. So where in the Canadian Criminal Code does it have these guidelines for personal use?
That's just the thing. There aren't. It just showed the link.
Okay, so then you admit it's not illegal for me to use it for personal use.
It's illegal, but that's you're gonna.
You just admitted that there's nothing in the Canadian Criminal Code making it so that I can't use it for personal use.
You're not supposed to use it for personal use.
Well, it doesn't matter. You just admitted there's nothing in the Canadian Criminal Code.
Richard, let's put that to the side.
Okay. If the police were to arrest me and they found the TB500 in my refrigerator, and I told them I'm using it for personal use, what charge could they give me?
they're not going to give you a charge just for the same reason why that, a crackhead isn't charged. They're looking for drug dealers. They're not looking for
Okay, well,
crackheads.
you're claiming that this is illegal. So if they had the prerogative to arrest me because they didn't like me, what charge could they give me?
If I was still in law enforcement, I wouldn't charge you at all. I would just simply try to find out who the seller was.
Yeah, so you
Richard,
said it's illegal for me to do this. So if there were police that didn't like me and they wanted to charge me, I know you'd be nice enough not to do that to me, but say if there were some bad cops who were assholes, what could they charge me with?
You know what? I don't know, really.
Right, because it's not illegal for me to use it for personal use.
I'm sure they can find some charges for you. If they want.
Well, yeah, they could look in my knife drawer and say that this knife is not the right length, or it opens too easy, or something like that. But with regards to the peptides, they couldn't charge me with anything.
Well, they would probably treat you like a typical crackhead. We don't arrest crackheads. Whenever they buy drugs. Okay, in your sense, you're pretty much putting yourself in a position of a crackhead. The police don't arrest crackheads.
No, again, you're the one who claimed this is illegal, so I understand that there's the law and then there's the law, quote unquote. I understand that even though something can be illegal, there just isn't a political will to arrest a certain class of criminal. But you said it's illegal, and you said that it is outlined in the Canadian Criminal Code that peptides are illegal for personal use. So I asked you, where in the Canadian Criminal Code does it say it's illegal? You couldn't give me that answer.
It's not gonna
and you admitted there's nothing they could charge me with if they were to arrest me.
Richard, it's not going to say specifically that particular peptide. It's not going to say that. There's like hundreds of different there's hundreds of different peptides.
So wait. There's classes of drugs. You can ban classes of drugs. So one class of drugs might be opiates. One class of drugs might be GABA receptor agonists. One class of drugs might be methamphetamines. You don't have to ban every single type of drug under that classification. Peptides would just have its own classification. And again, under the Canadian Criminal Code, it is legal to sell as long as you're selling them as research chemicals, and they are legal to buy and consume for personal use.
Okay. Would you at least admit that you're bending the rules?
No.
Okay.
Well, like again, what rule am I bending? Like, where in the Canadian Criminal Code does it say you cannot buy these drugs and use it for personal use?
Oh boy, it would take me hours to actually explain it to you, and but here's the thing, there, Richard. Months ago you started taking nicotine tablets, which you said which you argued with me saying that, and I had told you that they would only work temporarily and then they would stop being effective. You disagree with me. They stopped working. And
where did you get the idea they stopped working?
Well, let me finish where I'm getting at here on this, okay? And now you're taking peptides. Do you? But here's the thing there. You're injecting stuff. You've taken nicotine tablets. So at what point in time do you feel that, that you probably need to change your diet? Because for someone that promotes a vegan diet, you seem to be taking a lot of drugs. You're taking things that I would never take. I would definitely never take peptides. You want to know why?
Dude, didn't you take pro hormones?
I took pro hormones. I took steroids here.
Yeah, so you took shit that literally fucking destroys your liver.
Yeah.
That were eventually banned. You can't even legally buy them anymore.
Yeah.
But you're saying you wouldn't take peptides, which, yeah, there's a lack of human research, but they've also not been shown to be harmful.
Yeah, I've taken those, and I'm paying for it, which is why I'm trying to educate you not to take the stuff here, okay?
Okay, well, I've done my own research on how these drugs work, and I've seen research on human side effects, and I've also tried to find as many people anecdotally who've taken them, and I made an educated decision. I am not going to say these are entirely, perfectly, 100% safe, but I did my own research and I came to the conclusion that a 1 to 2 week course of these peptides would not harm me in all likelihood.
Well, you're going to end up in my position. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I doubt it, since these peptides don't really pass through your liver.
Oh boy. Anything else you want to discuss there? Because I can't seem to get through your head there.
Well, you said the nicotine stopped working. I don't know where you got that idea.
You said it on your live stream.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. I can go to Veganism Exposes channel and...
What did I say? Okay, well, Veganism Exposed takes me way out of context, and he will trim, like, sentences so that it sounds like I'm saying something completely different. But
Okay.
What do you think I said?
Okay. Are you still taking nicotine pills?
Yeah.
Okay. It said, on your live stream and I can pull it up there, that you no longer were taking nicotine pills and that you had to take more because they were being less effective.
No, that's not what I said. He probably trimmed down what I said to make it sound like I was saying something different. I made mention that if you keep taking them, you develop an insensitivity to them. But again, I only take them when I kind of need to. So if I'm having a particularly stressful day and I get anxious or agitated, particularly when I start getting like anger issues and agitation, I'll take them. But then on days where I don't have that, I just don't take them. And sometimes for several days, I won't take any nicotine. And because of that, I maintain sensitivity.
Okay.
So I don't need to pop 20 tablets in a day to get the same effect.
Boy. I have to say, Richard, you are the most healthiest vegan out there, popping nicotine tablets and injecting peptides.
Okay, so first of all, can you tell me what health problems nicotine lozenges specifically cause? And I'd also like you to acknowledge there are people who eat meat who also use nicotine for its medicinal properties, and they're also taking other drugs.
Well, I can't say anything about it because I smoke cigars, which has nicotine in it. But
Yeah, it's probably worse for you too, because some of it's getting in your lungs.
Right, but did a doctor prescribe you nicotine tablets?
They don't need to.
But did a doctor recommend Richard?
A doctor didn't tell me to lift weights. A doctor didn't tell me to eat cherries. Like, I don't need all my information to come from a doctor specifically for it to be a good idea.
But you quote doctors on some of your debates, do you not?
No, not really. I
Yes,
usually
you do.
rely
Yes, you
on
do.
research itself. Sometimes I'll mention specific researchers. I don't think I've mentioned a particular doctor quite a while.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get back to... The only thing I can recommend for you, Richard, is that you're going down the same path I went down when I was your age. And you need to take a detour, my friend. But
All right, I'm 32, right?
Yeah, I do realize that. And that's when most of my stuff started there. So don't...
Okay,
The only thing I can recommend is don't do the same thing that I did, which... is pretty much what you're doing. Stay away from the peptides. Stop. Don't take those anymore.
Well, the only reason I took peptides was because I had a nagging injury that wasn't really getting any better, even though I had significant time off. And if I ever do peptides again, it's not like I'm going to take regular courses practically indefinitely. I did tear my tricep. It's a small tear right at the elbow where it inserts, and that's because I broke that elbow mountain biking. That's where the tear occurred, right at the break. I might take BPC 157 and do local injections into the elbow to help it heal a bit faster. But I appreciate the concern. I understand where you're coming from, but I have some idea of what the drugs I'm taking do, and I obviously avoid things that would damage my lungs, damage my liver, possibly cause cancer in the future.
Cousin, you don't know shit about peptides, my friend. I sold peptides. I'm one of the original people that sold peptides, and I'm gonna tell you right now, don't take them. Don't buy no BPC 157. Don't get any SARMs. Don't do any of this stuff here. I'm just letting you know. But you're gonna do what you're gonna do, okay? I'm just letting you know. Don't take this stuff. We can argue back and forth as far as the legalities or not, but I'm going to be honest with you. You shouldn't be taking this shit to begin with. If your vegan diet is not working, then find a better vegan diet there. But don't.
I don't know why there's an assumption that my vegan diet isn't working. Like you're saying, if I had a different diet, I wouldn't have broken my elbow mountain biking.
Well, diet makes a determination as far as recovery time. I had a messed up elbow as well, but it was fully healed in like 5 or 6 weeks. And I'm a lot older than you, and yet your injuries seem to take longer than my injuries.
Well, again,
Why is
I
that?
broke this elbow last year, and it's a break that won't heal. There's basically a bone fragment that got just chipped off.
Okay.
The tricep tore right at that junction where the break occurred. That's why the tear happened, and that's also why it's taking a little while to heal. I think it's been exactly 4 or 5 weeks so far. I'm able to train. I got elbow wraps to put pressure off the elbow, and I just started lifting again. I'm able to bench 275 for sets of 5 pretty easily, and without really any pain.
Good deal. I'm just curious. Are you taking anything else, mushrooms or anything else other than peptides and nicotine tablets?
Well, only the Wellbutrin that was prescribed for depression.
But no mushrooms or anything, right?
I haven't done mushrooms in quite a while. I think it's been at least 2 years, something like that.
Okay. No, I'll take your word for it. But I got nothing else really to say. I mean, that's just it. You're gonna say that peptides are legal. I'm gonna say they're illegal. So why don't we just leave it at that?
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll just say that I'm right and you're wrong.
And I'll say that I'm right and you're wrong.
All right, but we all know that I'm right.
Well, you're gonna find out how right you are if you keep taking those peptides. But anything else you want to ask before I get back to my live stream?
No, man. Just take care.
You too.
All right, see ya.
Jesus Christ. Oh, folks, that's where the line is. He's out of his mind. There's no better way to know when you fucked up from experience, And folks, peptides are illegal in Canada. But the reason why I cut it off is because I already knew from the very beginning that I can't convince him. I've already showed him links, but he's gonna argue it to death. So let him take his peptides, his pills, and whatever, and what happens happens. But I already know what's gonna happen. Because he's gradually stepping up to where eventually he's going to be taking steroids. So, But like I said, I mean, him being arrested, it's like I said, he Vegan Gains is basically a crackhead, you know, in terms of him buying the stuff. You know, in law enforcement, we don't go after crackheads. We don't go after people who use drugs, you know. That's why the police ain't going to chase after him, because in a sense, Richard is a crackhead, you know. We don't go after people that use drugs. We go after people who sell the drugs, you know. So he's getting off because, in a sense, he's a crackhead, you know. So where were we?
Factors that are not contributing to the healthy development of a male neurochemically, somatically, etc. So, and it's not by chance, in my humble opinion. I mean, conspiracy theorists or not, you know, this has all been planned out for the last 20 to 30 years, and we're kind of reaching ahead at this point. It's which we're either going to have the individual rise or fall. We're having this huge, like it's either here or there. That's it. There's no in between. Either you're an alpha male toxic masculine, or you're a beta male, and then the women are wondering where the real men are, but they're emasculating them by their own actions. So it's absolutely asinine.
Right. Well, I saw that with the guest you had done one with the other day. You sent me that podcast, and he brought that up. He's like, he sees all of these women who are these strong professional women, and they're like, well, where are the real men? And he's like, well, you've turned them all into pussies.
Turned them all into pussies. Exactly. I don't know if you've heard of, I even found out this recently, called the passport bros, where like certain men are literally just like, fuck this, I'm leaving the country and finding a real woman, like an actual woman. And that goes to, women are meant to be feminine. They are meant to be vulnerable. They are meant to what the man can come to and put his head on at the end of the night. He trusts her fully to be able to
Jesus Christ, what is this bullshit here? So this is a very interesting video, that's for sure.
Express himself in an intimate way, and women do for men as well. But they're now called pussies. Even the
something was up with Richard. He was pretty much. I couldn't put my hand on it or anything like that, but he was just out of it. You know, it's kind of weird. And at no point in time during my live stream did I mention that he wanted to debate. I think he just wanted to chat with me, to be honest with you. So, you know, I think he just wanted to chat, because at no point in time, and you guys, you know, I had no plans to actually debate, especially since I got to close out the stream at midnight. But, you know, the police don't arrest crackheads. But I don't know what these two idiots are talking about there. They're trying to speak about alpha males and feminism, but they're not even making any sense. And some of the stuff is just plain horse shit.
The healthy male, for having any degree of vulnerability whatsoever, but then you also it's so convoluted, and then it's too weak. But I'm going to be the man in my life, but I want a man. So I believe that a man should, personally, my personal opinion, and then obviously my studies within psychology and behavior, up until recent, we didn't have this divide creating societal, basically disintegration at this point, right? It's just, it's falling in upon itself. And we're wondering why we're having skyrocketing amount of diagnosis for anxiety, depression, etc. It's because nobody really, passport bro, yeah, right there. We're wondering why things are breaking apart. It's because it's what's supposed to be normalized now should never have been normalized. Exactly. So a man should be a provider. He should be the strong arm that she can go to. He should be physically and mentally strong as well. But he's also open. He communicates his needs openly, because he knows that it's not compromising who he is at a deep level to be able to voice what he needs in a relationship. He also doesn't need a woman to be fulfilled. He is a fully, completely sovereign and autonomous individual on his own. He does not have to seek the pussy. He does not have to run after a woman. He does not have to compromise who he is to be.
No.
Able to find the woman that he wants. And I've met a couple of those men, yourself included. They are wonderful individuals to be around, and their entire energy is different. But society is not allowing that man to develop, and then they wonder where that man is.
Yeah, and that's the problem that those women run into. The same women who will.
Yeah, I need to check back in with Richard. Make sure he's okay. There's something strange there.
Say, well, I don't need a man, or I can do this. Well, I can be a provider, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, a woman, a career, they should be accomplished, but the man should still be a provider.
Correct. I'm a businesswoman. I have to be the man in certain areas. I have a masculine aspect to my job.
Competitive, and you own your own business.
Correct. And I have to have that hat, right? But it's only a hat. And that's the thing that happens, is that the women don't realize that this is merely a hat.
Okay, right.
At the end of the day, you can still go forth and be vulnerable to your man and actually admit, hey, I need a shoulder to cry on. I need someone to confide in. It's okay that I'm vulnerable. And it actually goes to women having traumatic issues and them not addressing it, so they don't trust themselves in actually opening up to a man. But the irony is they're never going to be able to find a healthy man because they're still licking their wounds from a previous relationship.
Absolutely. Well, and they're not healthy, and they're not ready for that. Mm-hmm. And a couple of points that you brought up there, minor things I could touch on. I dealt with some of that, as far as men being providers, with one of my much younger clients, struggling with his own masculinity, very, very insecure with it. And I brought something up with that, like, well, no, man should be paying for a day. I mean, a man should be a provider. He's like, so you're saying women are just gold diggers? I'm like, no, I'm saying that you need to be a provider. And I said, well, look at it this way. Here's your balance if you're trying to date. He was 19 years old. Had never had a girlfriend. And I'm like, so when you take a girl out on a date, do you want her to show up looking pretty? He's like, well, yes, of course. I'm like, so she put her money and her energy into getting dressed up, putting on makeup, doing her hair, looking good for you to go on this date. She's already paid for her side of the date. So I'm like, it's your job to then buy dinner and the movie. I'm like, this, and it's like, that is your job in this situation.
Correct.
If man, she's already done her job as a woman, and she's already spent money getting ready to look at you.
And that's the funny thing. And that's the other thing, is like, when we're trying to normalize things and we're trying to make the same of everything, it's not meant to be the same, right? The way that the woman is supposed to show up is by providing that, right? Being the artwork, being the flow, being the
Folks, every relationship is different. Just because a woman is actually working, that doesn't make them a feminist, We live in a different society. It can simply mean that both people have low-paying jobs to where, they can't afford things. But, what they're talking about is something that is only going to exist maybe in 2 or 3% of families. It's not the standard norm. Not only that, neither one of these two are even old enough to even know the realities of it, I mean, we don't have milkmen coming to our door anymore.
The passion, being those aspects, and the men are supposed to be in a traditional dynamic. The frame, the structure, the provision, all those different things. And it's not to say that those rules can't be reversed, but you can't have two of the same in a relationship. I mean, that is the very bare basics of nature and how the world operates. And we
that's definitely not true.
think that we can go against, that's the funny thing, is society thinks we can go against the laws of nature, and the very nature, it's like, this is so fucked. You can't have two yangs. You can't have two yins. You can't have double cold. You can't have double hot. You have to have hot and cold, yin and yang, yes and no. They can only exist in polar opposite. But, yeah.
And they have to be in balance.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's like a dance. It is literally a dance.
So, you have that, and then there was something else you brought up, and I forgot what it was that I wanted to touch upon, because it falls back into the same thing. I'm trying to remember what the point was. So, oh gosh, and I forgot what it was. I brought up the point.
There's so many tangents, so you're going to have to give me a little bit of frame on that.
Yeah.
But if anyone has a question, feel free to.
Yeah, I haven't seen any real questions in here yet. A couple people have posted a few things. Antonio's always going to post a bunch. I know Antonio's got opinions on this.
I love to hear opinions. I love opinions. Great. But
Antonio's one of those guys who's kind of the same thing we're talking about. Like, he is all about.
I'm sorry. I know you wanted me to review this video. I can't watch any more of this horse shit. You know, he's talking about masculinity when Joni is literally pussy whipping the shit out of him. I don't know what this bitch is. I mean, they're talking about something that not only doesn't exist, but something that they're both not even following. You know, this is horse shit, you know? And, you know, I'm going to do everyone a favor. I always want to review videos as best as I can. But if something is just complete horse shit, you know, I mean, it's no longer minty at that point, you know. And this is no longer minty. Fuck it. Fuck both of them. Fuck them up in the ass. Beat their ass with a motherfucking closet stick. Stomp on their motherfucking guts. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the fuck that was. They're into something, but, I don't know what that something is. I really don't. Let's see where... I may be going out of order, but, yeah.
Guys, I want to talk to you about a subject that's been coming up, not too much, and not a lot of you bring it up, but every once in a while on my comments, I get some guys coming on trying to discredit what
this guy definitely isn't natural.
I'm saying about diet and training, and saying, well, what about the PEDs? What about the anabolic substances? That's where it's at. And, you know, I don't want any of you guys to ever think that I'm bullshitting you or lying to you about any subject. I've never lied or fabricated anything. I've always been very transparent.
Yeah, that was the first thing we reviewed, Serratus. We reviewed Lenny's wound care.
The fact of the matter is, if that's the subject you guys want to hear about, and you want to hear details about that stuff, this page...
Folks, we do have an hour left. If you have some React videos, we'll try to get to that. If y'all want to put any donations in, put a little something in the pot for the great one, I would definitely appreciate that as well.
Is not for you. This channel's not for you. There's a lot of bodybuilders, competitive and non-competitive, on social media, on YouTube, that are very famous, and that's how they branded themselves. That's what they talk about. Fact of the matter is, that's not the most important thing. You cannot be a massive, gigantic freak, 260 pounds, dice to the socks naturally. If anyone thinks that's possible, you need to take a step back, reevaluate the human body, and do some reading. If anyone's telling you that's possible naturally, they're lying to you. I've never lied to you guys. I've always been honest about my journey, my path. That's what this channel is about. I started bodybuilding, and when I say bodybuilding, I'm not talking about competitive. I mean just bodybuilding, living that lifestyle, eating 6 meals a day, training 6 days a week, drinking a gallon of water. I started at like 14, 15 years old. I started going to the high school gym at 13, really training and playing with weights 14. By 16, I had already played football for a year. I was taking creatine, training 6 days a week. I did chest, try, back, bi, shoulders, legs, chest, try, back, bi, shoulders, legs, Sundays off. Definitely made a lot of mistakes, definitely overtrained. I dieted a couple times a year. I dieted for vacation.
We're probably not going to have a time for Brad's video. Normally I can run over, but I got an appointment to do an examination to get growth hormone. So I'll definitely have to close it out at 12 tonight, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would probably take the stream until 2 or 3.
I dieted for the summer. This started for me at 16. I'm 36. You guys don't want to believe this shit? No problem. Don't believe it. Move on. This is what my channel is about. Genetic ceiling. Someone mentioned genetic ceiling. There are genetic ceilings. Of course. You cannot just keep growing just because you train hard and you eat well. There's a limit that you hit. At 33 years old, after 20 years of dieting and training, and granted, I don't expect a lot of you guys to do that. That's abnormal for someone to do that for so many years and not really be satisfied. I always wanted more.
How does this video have 104,000 subscribers? There's not really much that he's already saying, but let's listen a little further.
I don't mean to go off on tangents, but I really want to express this to you guys because, it kind of frustrates me sometimes when I see these comments. This is me. This is who I am. I'm telling you guys how I got to where I got. I looked up to the bodybuilders in the 90s, okay? So that look is not obtainable naturally. So I was never happy. I was 100% natural. I trained my...
How old is this guy? In order for him to look up to these guys in the 90s, he would have to be at least in his 40s, and he definitely doesn't look like he's in his 40s. He looks like he's in his 30s.
Ass off. I'm talking about, guys, I was OCD. I used to overthink everything. I was more meticulous with eating on the dot every 3 hours than I am now as a pro. I'm a lot more lenient and easygoing. Also, I have a weight cap, and I can't be like 250 pounds. So one thing I want to talk about PEDs and anabolic substances, we all know what's capable natural and what you need to do to get to a certain level depending on who you...
Well, that's definitely possible, Ice Monkey. I started training when I was like 13, so yeah, 20, I won't, I'm not going to knock him on that. He's probably has been training for 20 years.
You aspire to look like. But I'd say 99% of you guys out there, of everybody in the gym, doesn't hit their genetic ceiling. It took me 20 years. I turned pro in 2014, 100% natural. In men's physique, which is possible. You want to believe it, believe it. You don't want to believe it, I don't care. I don't benefit from anyone believing that or not believing it. It makes no difference. I competed in a non-tested organization.
And Goodrum with a $3 donation. Definitely appreciate that. You always take good care of me here. So he was 36, so yeah, I guess he is going to be my age then, or close to it. So, okay, I got you.
So it's not like I was lying about it and they were testing me and I was saying I was natural. I mean, I don't even think it was that impressive. People would always be like, oh, he's got to be on something just because they don't work hard or train hard. Look, how good your genetics are dictates how good you're going to be compared to the rest of the world. But regardless if you have shit genetics, mediocre genetics, or amazing genetics, you can be the best you. So if you diet correctly, and I don't mean just low calorie, I mean eating good foods, eating the right foods, whether you're doing macros or I don't give a shit, clean food, dirty food, everyone's got their own, their own opinion on that, okay? I eat very meticulous, I'm very OCD with my food, but that's me. As long as you're eating and training hard, you're gonna progress. Even if you don't have the genetics to be a pro, even if you don't have the genetics to win shows overall and do great, you can still be the best you, the leanest, the biggest you. And for me, it took me 20 years to become...
Hey, okay.
Okay. Definitely, again, appreciate the donation. What he's basically saying is, hey, even though you're not using steroids, you could still go for your best there, Even though you can say your prayers and take vitamins, even though you're not taking my vitamins, you could still at least say your prayers.
I'm the best me. And was that my genetic cap? Look, I wasn't going to become 230 pounds ripped I was about like 195 when I turned pro.
Pugman? The window actually came up. It's probably because I have the screen shrunken. Here's what I'll do. Oh no, then I would close out the screen and it would mess it up. No, the alert box should be up first.
Pro men's physique.
If you got another video to review, Pugman, just let me know.
But I could have kept progressing every year till 40, 50 years old. It would have been very little and very slow. So I'm not hiding any aspect from you guys. I've told you guys everything honestly about my journey, what I did, how I did it. But the fact of the matter is, you guys that keep bringing that topic up, go eat 6-7 meals a day and go train 5 to 6 days a week for 10 years and then come and comment. You will get results. You will get better. I was so meticulous. When I worked and went to school, I used to go to the gym at midnight. I'd take my pre-workout at 11. I would go to the gym at 12 o'clock at night, and I would train. I idolized Dorian Yates. I idolized Kevin Levrone. I lifted very, very heavy. And I got to be honest with you guys, I don't have a very big bone structure genetically. I'm not one of those like stocky, really, really...
Does anyone want me to check out Lenny's last Brad video? Serratus, I want to be fair to everyone that's already submitted. If someone wants me to review their video, that's fine, but I don't want to cut off just for something else. You know what I mean? I know you just got here, but, otherwise I'd be a dickhead if I did something like that. But if everyone wants me to review Brad's video, then let me know.
Strong guys. I couldn't bench 135 freshman year of high school. I'm not genetically strong. I have good genetics. I have good shape. I have good muscle bellies, I think, and symmetry. But I'm not the most genetically gifted guy on earth. I see a lot of my clients, a lot of young guys in the gym, 1 or 2 years, and I'm like, oh my God, these guys look incredible.
Okay, yeah, the time on the donation sometimes lags. It should be coming in immediately. Sometimes it comes in just immediately, and then other times it's just lagging. I don't know if there's any way I don't think there's a way I can even control that, because that's all controlled by Streamlabs. All right, let's take a look at Big Lenny's last Brad video. Yeah, I really prefer to actually just see him in the sequence or so forth, like do a special live stream of some type where we would go through all of Big Lenny's analysis here. So let's take a look at his last one. All right, I appreciate that guy. We'll go ahead and review it.
Did you hear what he said?
Serratus, you could still use the standard YouTube donation in order to donate. That still should be active if you can't use the Streamlabs. You could still do a standard YouTube donation.
Robzilla doesn't have anything to lose. Interesting. This is where it gets very interesting. Let's continue.
Yeah, I agree, Pugman. But, it's even if it doesn't show up, I just want to let you know, I always thank everyone that donates. It's nice that it's the fact that, I want to make, I do appreciate everyone that donates, because you guys help me continue doing the streams and doing the gaming and everything. So, yeah.
Jimmy knows he can run his mouth about me because I have a lot to lose, and I'm not.
Stop the tape. Brad has a lot to lose. Robzilla doesn't have anything to lose. Brad has a lot to lose. Yeah, and what is that, Brad? Your smoker, your golf clubs? What is it? Your girlfriend?
He keeps talking about him golfing and his golf clubs and so forth. Remember what I said last week, that I think that Lenny may be a little bit jealous of Brad, and when he sees him golf, he gets especially mad because it sort of shows that he has more wealth or something.
And her girlfriend, wife's girlfriend, and all her girlfriends she brings over to appease you, to have you sign the dotted line to make you happy. That was going on before you even contacted her on the internet, and you know it. You gonna lie out of that? Well, this is called tough love, Brad. They're sinking their fangs into you as we speak. You never heard Prince's speeches on getting married in the future? No, they went right through your head. Keep thinking that's the lifestyle of a dream lifestyle. Well, if that's the case, bring home your own girl and see how long that lasts. But only you have something to lose. Everybody has nothing. We have nothing to lose. Only you, Brad. Let's listen to that again. I find it so disturbing. It's not even funny. Continue.
And so is Jay. That's why they don't say anything about it. They'll say shit behind his back, but they won't say anything publicly about him. Lenny will talk shit about me publicly because he knows I really don't give a fuck, and I've said plenty of shit about him publicly. But you notice Jay won't say one fucking word about Robzilla, because when he started his shit with Robzilla...
Look at the grin on on Brad's face.
And he knows Robzilla will do that because Robzilla doesn't have anything to lose. And he's not... Because when he started his shit with Robzilla threatened him that he will fuck him up.
Just so you know, folks, I'm not siding with Robzilla. I'm not siding with Brad. I'm not siding with Lenny or Jay Masters. You know, the thing about it is all of these are grown men. You know, Lenny and Jay Masters are older than I am. So that's why it behooves me as to why they keep acting like that for, you know. Seriously.
Look at that grin.
Robzilla will do that because Robzilla doesn't have anything to lose. And he's not. Shit with Robzilla threatened him that he will fuck him up. And he knows Robzilla will do that because Robzilla doesn't have anything to lose. And he's not. Jay knows he can run his mouth about me because I have a lot to lose, and I'm not going to...
Stop the tape. Stop the tape.
Jay knows he can run his mouth about me because I have a lot to lose.
Stop the tape.
You know... Jay knows he can run his mouth about me because I have a lot to lose, and I'm not...
Stop the tape.
You know... Jay knows he can run his mouth about me because I have a lot to lose.
He has a lot to lose.
You know...
Robzilla has nothing to lose. Lenny has nothing to lose. The Cuban has nothing to lose. But only you, Brad. You have a lot to lose. Only Brad has a lot to lose. Brad has a lot to lose. He has a lot to lose. Robzilla doesn't have anything to lose. But I, Brad Murray, have a lot to lose. I have a lot to lose. I have like what, Brad? What is it? Your pentagrams, your Ouija boards? What the hell kind of a statement is that?
It's just the bullshit these people make up is incredible. And she does not have a lot, so I told you. You guys are so fucking dumb.
How do you have a mulatto on your dyke?
And no, I'm not going to take you with me like Lenny. It's fucking disgusting. Although it's hilarious, it's disgusting.
Brad, I never could associate something hilarious with disgusting. Only you do.
Shit he said, to be honest with you, but when he started with the doxing,
What's a doxing? What the hell is a doxing?
personally said shit about my kids. That's not right. About my daughter, especially.
All right, let's stop the tape.
Obviously, but some of the other shit.
Let's stop the tape. You know, Brad, when you say things like that, this is the worst bit of live you've ever had, Brad, as far as lies. I'm going to tell you one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard. I've told a few others about it. And one of the most disgusting things out of my entire life that came out of your mouth. You came over one time to visit, when I lived at the dump in Delray, which you did quite a bit. And you had Grace in the back seat because you take turns to be with her like a week or whatever. And she was sitting in the back with her tablet, nice, cute colored glasses, and smiling at me. And she always smiled at me, and just cutest little kid in the world. And then the window was down, of course. And Brad, you made a statement that sent chills up my spine. I didn't want to ever mention it. I tried to believe I didn't hear it. But you said, you know, everyone that doesn't know Grace, she's handicapped. She has severe cerebral palsy. And you said, with the window down, I told her mother never to have her. She should have never been born. With the window down. Now, I don't know if she could hear or not with the disability she has, but it doesn't matter. Just to say.
What does this have to do with? I mean, that's kind of sad to hear, but no one should ever be told that. But I'm not sure what this relates to Brad.
That in front of her. To me, it was one of the most god-awful things I ever heard. So don't say, if somebody says something about your kids, that's about the worst thing I ever heard said about your kids, and you said it. So what are you going to do, ban yourself from Bradford Manor? That's the part I don't get about Jay. And he was inebriated when he did it. You weren't. He was drunk. He was pissing drunk. And he said an off-color thing about your daughter. But you didn't. She should have never been born. Who the hell makes you God now? Just seeing the joy on her face. And you ought to be damn proud as a father. You could have a daughter who has such, she's so happy. But she should have never had her. The mother should have never had her. I told her not to have her. Yeah, I don't want to get into that anymore, but that's a fact. And I had to bring it out. And I hated to do it, but that's the main problem I have with you with that. And I held it in for years. Let's continue. This is going to a really dark place.
I'm not gonna lie. He did make me laugh. There's no vodka in here. I mixed, I had Gatorade Frost that I mixed into my empty gallon of Arizona green tea. I make Gatorade out of them. Good for a post-workout. I will have a good holiday. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Stop the tape. Stop the tape. Stop the tape. You're telling me that Gatorade and iced tea is a good post-workout? Where the hell's the protein at? Are you kidding me? I mean, Jay has his amino acid drinks, protein drinks. Some may omit the carbs. I can understand that. But your post-workout drink has no protein or amino acids whatsoever. That's a good.
It's kind of odd that he's calling him out on that. I mean, Lenny has known Brad for many years. He would definitely, and worked out with him at the Delray Beach gym. So he's obviously going to know what he's been, what he takes as a post-workout drink. Well, yes, I mean, naturally you can find women to be attractive and you can be gay. That's perfectly natural. Even heterosexuals can find men attractive as well.
Good post-workout? Well, it shows. What the hell? You mean all this knowledge you haven't learned a bit about it? If you know this much about recuperation, how much do you know about anything? Golf or what the hell? Unbelievable. Let's continue.
What sauce? I don't know. Ask him.
Do you guys notice how many times he keeps bringing up golf? But it's kind of weird that, we're going to have to, probably on the next live stream, or I'll do one separate, we'll have to go through all of Lenny's, all of his parts other than just part 9, just to see where he's at on this. But he's going to know, I mean, seriously, he's going to know exactly what Brad is taking as a post-workout drink and pre-workout drink. They've worked out for years at Delray Beach, you know. Man, even I know what Jay takes as a post-workout drink. He always takes a bunch of amino acids and stuff, you know. So I think he's just calling him out just to call him out just for practically anything, you know. Anything and everything. And that's not good. I mean, he's in a state of pure bitterness over, and he's using Brad as some sort of lightning post or something like that. As someone, he's using him as someone to direct his anger at. Oh, no problem, Finn. I'll try to get one more video in. Let's see here.
Even though I'm too hung up to tell you one-to-one, just found out I've got VD, I tell you it's no fun. So I'm just writing this to you, 'cause you may have it too, since we were together.
I haven't seen this in like almost 30 some years.
Together, so play it safe. Go.
I've not banned Troll Zone, Finn. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
To a clinic or see a doctor today. Play it safe. Go get a checkup and do it right away. Play it safe. You know I love you. Play it safe. I'm thinking of you, and if you care for me, then play it safe.
I'm telling you, VD doesn't play favorites.
Yeah, I know. Anyone can get it.
That means us. We're all in the running.
Gonorrhea ain't no fun. But there is a cure. Syphilis ain't no fun. But there is a cure.
Ice Monkey can't put an effort in because he's already burned the bridge between Brad and them, so they're, you know, I don't think they're going to hang out anymore, at least until Lenny apologizes and makes a very serious apology.
Genital herpes ain't no fun. And there ain't.
Troll Zone, I've not banned you at all. So, if YouTube bans you, I can't do nothing about it.
No cure.
There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe. There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe. There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe. There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe.
John is a good-looking guy, but he's got gonorrhea. This week, John had sex with Sue. Welcome to the Gonorrhea Club, Sue. Last week, it was Jill, also a member. A few weeks ago, it was Kathy. And before that, it was Meg. Meg's a busy girl. She's been passing her gonorrhea germs to Bob.
Just to let you know, they play this usually in sex ed. So, like I said, it's been like 30 years. almost 30 years since I seen this. This was whenever I was in high school doing sex ed. They would show something. They showed this.
Jack and Dave. Kathy's been generous with her germs to Jake and Alan, while Jill made a present of hers to Barry. Barry distributed his to Rachel and Lola. Bob, Jack, and Dave gave their gonorrhea to Rose and Vinny, Norma, Sandra, and Tammy, Becky, Liz, and Jean. Now, Jake and Alan have been circulating their gonorrhea to Christine and Lanny, while Rose, Vinny, Norma, Sandra, Tammy, Becky, Jean, and Liz are all busy giving away their gonorrhea germs to... This is getting too complicated. I need a calculator.
If you think you've got VD, don't walk. Run to the nearest health center. And bring your sex partner with you.
For girls who want a guarantee to nix the chance of teen VD, if boys propose to have sex play, just shake your head and say, no way.
Stand by, camera 2. Cue
Okay,
talent.
quiet, please.
Recount.
Stand by.
3,
5 seconds.
2, 1. Cue talent of camera 1.
Okay, brace yourself for some facts. We're going to talk about syphilis, the most dangerous of all the venereal diseases if left untreated. There are 3 stages to syphilis, or bad blood as it's sometimes called. First stage, 10 to 90 days after exposure, a painless sore may develop in the genital area. In the female, the sore may be internal and go unnoticed. Second stage, 2 weeks to 6 months later, a rash or sores may appear on any part of the body. Other symptoms can be fever and a general sickish feeling. Third stage, the symptoms go underground and the germ goes into work in some many nasty ways. Untreated syphilis can cause severe birth defects, heart disease, blindness, insanity, and death. So be sensible.
We'll have to make this the last video to review.
At the first sign or symptom, or even if you just suspect you have it, go to your public health center or to your private doctor immediately and just thank your lucky stars there is a cure.
Oh, I say, old chap. If you suspected that someone had dropped a bit of arsenic into this lovely dish, what would you say?
Thanks, but no thanks.
There are other kinds of tempting dishes. Now, if the thought went through your head that this lovely creature might just have a bit of syphilis, or a tiny thing of gonorrhea, or maybe a touch of herpes, what would you say, old chap?
Thanks, but no thanks.
The moral of the story, know your dishes.
At the time it was called Grid, but it's the same thing.
Like a rubber if you wanna play safe. There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe. There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe. There's nothing like a rubber if you wanna play safe.
Recount. 3, 2, 1. Cue talent of camera 1.
Okay, it's fact time again. Gonorrhea, often known as drip, clap, dose, or strain, is the most common of the venereal diseases. The symptoms in the male 2 to 8 days after exposure may be irritation or discharge. In the female, 2 to 8 days after exposure, they may also be irritation or discharge. However, In the female, the infection often progresses without any noticeable symptom. Gonorrhea, if untreated, may cause sterility, blindness, arthritis, and severe internal damage to both male and female. So be sensible. At the first sign or symptom, or even if you may suspect that you have it, or that your sex partner may have it, go immediately to your public health center or your private doctor. Just thank your lucky stars. There is a cure.
If you think you've got VD, don't walk. Run to the nearest health center. And bring your sex partner with you.
The perfect VD preventative is the word no.
Bob and Beth are a twosome. Bob's got gonorrhea. He gives it to Beth. Bob goes for treatment. Beth reinfects him. Beth goes for treatment. Bob reinfects her. Ping pong is fun, but not played with VD. Steady partners should be treated at the same time to avoid reinfecting each other.
Fact time again. Genital herpes is a nasty disease which is presently spreading like wildfire, especially among teenagers. And don't let anyone kid you, it is very catching. Herpes symptoms come on from 3 to 20 days after having sex with an infected person. The symptoms start with itching, followed by clusters of fluid-filled blisters.
It would take years for that to actually cause you blind. That wouldn't happen in this modern day and age.
The blisters can be very painful, and when they break, they form running sores. Usually the sores go away after 2 to 4 weeks. However, in many people, the virus has just become dormant, and the symptoms can start all over again. Generally, when it comes back, and it can come back often, the attacks are not as bad as the first time. The herpes virus is spread during sexual intercourse, particularly if sores are present. Therefore, you should not, and I repeat, not have sexual intercourse until all the sores are healed. That means every time the blisters appear, no sex until they are all healed.
A gift of herpes is forever.
For boys who want a guarantee to nix the chance
All right, Ryan, thanks again for joining us tonight.
of teen VD, when girls say, please unzip my dress, just firm your lips and don't say yes.
I think I've got VD. What'll I do?
Get a free, confidential examination at your local health clinic.
What'll they do to me?
You will be asked questions about how you feel, previous diseases, and when and with whom you have had sex.
Sue, this is a speculum. We use this to examine you.
You will then be examined by a doctor. If syphilis or gonorrhea is suspected, a specimen is collected and examined under a microscope.
Cul-de-sac. There. That's all. That wasn't so bad, was it? That's good.
A routine blood test for syphilis will be taken. If the results are positive, you will be treated with 1 or more injections of penicillin or medication taken by mouth.
Nowadays, if you're even suspected of syphilis, usually they won't even wait on the test. They'll just go ahead and give you the shots.
You sure?
Okay, I think I'll put that on.
Good.
Oh, look, the fortune
Oh,
cookies.
great.
Oh, I can't wait to dig into
You know, I always figure these are some sort of dessert. You should
They
make sure
are
you
the
get some.
dessert.
Of course, I'll give you a warning. I had a friend that had syphilis, and he said the shots were quite painful. So, yeah.
Make sure you not very big.
Swear. Well, that's why Chinese people are so thin. Okay, everybody, listen. I'm gonna read my fortune now.
This ought to be interesting. Yeah.
I hope. Sensible person knows VD is very catching. Take care not to have sex with infected person.
Oh, you know who should hear about that. What's it say?
Wise men say, young people be careful. 75% of BD cases occur between 15 and 30.
That's not.
Hey, listen to this. You're too smart to drink from a common cup or have sex with someone who hops from bed to bed.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, my turn. Sure way for young person not to catch VD is wait to have sex until married.
So true.
good
So,
advice.
my grandfather used to always say that. Now listen
Even if you get married, you can still catch VD. I mean, yeah.
to this.
So, Raidus, we're done. This is the last video we're going to review. It's almost 12 o'clock.
Confucius say, play it safe. If get VD, be treated. Can't find address of free clinic in telephone book. So, play it safe. Play it safe. Play it safe. Play it safe. Play it safe.
But yeah, folks, that's a throwback from my childhood. So we got 15 minutes left, so I better get the soul poll in, baby. Yes, indeed. So we got about 15 minutes left, so get your questions in. If you want to put any money in tonight, you certainly can. Gonna get a little bit of music playing. On just a minute. Oh boy. I don't think it's an indication, Jacob, of any venereal diseases or anything like that. I think that's just the way his skin tags are. I think it's just the general genetics and stuff. I'm sure he's had I'm sure he's had a venereal or STD before. Most people have. folks, we got 10 minutes left, so like I say, get your questions in or any donations. We're going to close it out at 12. I'm going to go to bed immediately after this so I can get up early. I don't do too well with very little sleep. I like sleep. I may be live a little bit earlier than that. Practically everyone has gotten an STD. It just happens. It could be something as minor as crabs, or it could be something, most of this stuff is going to be minor. But it's just the general nature of human beings. The key to it, folks, is not the fact that you're going to get an STD. It's a matter of, well, are you going to wait on it or not? You know what I mean? Yeah, I got him from a woman before, Pugman. That was a long time ago. That's really the only thing I've gotten before, and that's it. And that wasn't from a guy, that was from a woman that I met at a club. It was still during my days to where I thought, well, if I screwed enough women, you know, the whole gay thing would disappear and stuff. And it was dark at night, and I didn't notice those itchy yas. But, you know, you get the shampoo and stuff, and then I shaved my balls, and everything was okay, Pugman. Got those little things off. Of course, then you have to wash your sheets and everything, and you gotta spray them down.
You beautiful bastard.
Def Comes Rippin' donated $5. Hey, thanks again for the donation. You have a good night too. Yeah, Pugman, something I don't want to get anymore, so that's about the extent of things. Oh yeah, I used to have waves in my hair when I was growing up. That was pretty common. That was the style. You just get that wave grease and then you take a wave brush and next thing you know you got waves. Well, Ice Monkey, it's quite simple. You know, you're in a club, it's 2 a.m. in the morning, it's dark, you can't see them or anything like that, and you're drunk, so it happens, you know. Just as long as you deal with any type of STDs immediately, you know, you're going to be in business there, you know. That's the nature of human beings. We're driven to appropriate. We're driven to have sex. So if you get an STD, don't knock yourself over it. P for P with a $9.99 donation. I like the little graphic too, so definitely appreciate the donation. I'll tell you guys how it goes. think I'm going to have any problems at all getting the growth hormone. Well, penicillin treats syphilis and stuff, along with a number of other diseases. A lot of other infections. Amazing how it was discovered from old garbage. Check with Richard, but you know, it'll have to be tomorrow. I gotta get some sleep. Some good music, folks. Good music. All right, folks. 1 minute left. I'll answer one last question, and then we're going to close it out for the night, because it will be midnight. Yes, indeed. So that is going to be the end of the show, folks. I want to thank Pugman. I want to thank Def Comes Rippin', P for P, and everyone else that donated. I want to thank y'all for joining me tonight. I'll probably do another stream this week, but in the meantime, just tune in to the midnight run on Friday. But as always, folks, peace and